Ready when you are, Mayor.
Thank you. The Village of Lincoln Heights regular council meeting is now in session. Today's date is Monday, November 13th, 2023. The time is now 7:31. Roll call, Ms. Randolph.
Councilman Laverne Mitchell.
Present.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Present.
Councilman Durant Daniels. No response. Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Present.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
Present.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson.
Present.
Mayor Ruby Kenzie Mumphrey.
Present.
We have 6 who are present, Mayor, 1 who is absent. There is a quorum.
Dear gracious and eternal Father, we want to thank you for bringing us in this place. Lord, we thank the ones that were able to attend and the ones that had desire to come but were unable to come today. Lord, we ask you to touch each and one of the council members around this table to give us the wisdom that's needed to move the village forward with positive results. Lord, we ask you to lift up our residents that have death in their families during their bereavement time, and that bless the finances of the village of Lincoln Heights as well. And all these blessings I ask. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. That'll work. Okay. All righty. So we're going to go straight into the acceptance of the agenda. Regarding the regular consent and supplemental agenda, is there a motion to?
So move.
Okay. It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I oppose.
One opposed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Motion order for the filing of the Journal of the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes from October 23rd, 2023, and regular council meeting minutes from October 23rd, 2023, both with any necessary corrections.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Mayor, who seconded? I didn't hear. Okay, thank you.
Any nays? Ayes have it. Any announcements? Councilwoman Childs Jeter?
I know it's hard for me to talk, so no.
Okay. Councilwoman Baber?
No announcements, Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Key?
No announcements.
Vice Mayor Stinson?
I have no announcements, Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Mitchell?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Hobart, any announcement for you?
I do have my manager's report.
It
Is the appropriate time for that, or, and the reason I ask is before I went on vacation, I basically indicated to council that I would be providing that at this meeting. Usually it would be the second meeting of the month, but since I was gone on vacation during the October meeting, I was hoping I could go over those items.
Let me see where I want to put it at. I want to put it by miscellaneous? Because if not, I have to make a motion. Okay. All right, Mr. Hobart, what we're going to do, we're going to put it down at miscellaneous business.
Okay,
That way we don't have to we don't have to amend the agenda at all.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. Only announcement I have is that I want to thank the residents that were able to come out to CT Consultants informational session regarding the street construction along Chamberlain and Douglas. So I just want to thank the residents that were able to come, and they are scheduled to come back out due to the streets are going to have some major repairs getting done. Well, actually, the whole street's going to be dug up in the spring, but they did start doing a water main on Chamberlain, I'm sorry. So I just want to thank the residents and CT Consultant, our engineers, for coming out and doing the informational session last Thursday on the 9th of November. All right, that's the only communications I have. Next would be hearing from the residents. Do we have any hearing from the residents?
I only have 2 request forms that were completed, Mr. Julian Robinson and also Attorney Rob Linneman.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 requests that I received.
We have those?
Well, he's gonna, Mr. Robinson.
I
Well, I was
saw
gonna put the
one.
attorney here. And- Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and have the attorney come speak first, and then, because Mr. Robinson is doing a presentation.
Okay.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for your time this evening and for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Rob Linneman, and I'm here today. First, I should disclose that my firm, I am an attorney. I'm with a firm called Sand & Hughes, and my firm has a relation, or had a relationship with this council. My firm has represented the council before. I have personally represented the council before. I no longer do so, but I just thought I should disclose that before I begin. I'm here today to speak about a matter that the council will have before it. I'm not sure when, frankly, but the council has been notified of a transfer of a liquor license for an establishment that's now doing business as Julian's Lounge. And I understand you'll be hearing from Mr. Robinson, the proponent of this transfer, later. Doing business with a company called CDJMB LLC. And it's my understanding that the matter that's before the council is whether or not simply to request a hearing on this transfer of a liquor license. This is for an establishment that's on Wayne Avenue. So I'm here tonight because I'm working with a client who is still attempting to resolve years later the aftermath of a liquor establishment that was previously operated by Mr. Robinson. And we're here to provide the council and the community with information that we think the council should have before it makes this decision. So, Mr. Robinson previously operated an establishment known as Nephew's. Nephew's was in Cincinnati. It was on Reading Road at 7532 Reading Road. It closed. Its liquor license renewal was denied in approximately, this was before my involvement, so I believe it was about 2015. I can't tell you the exact date. That may be later. I don't have that date in front of me. But at some point, Nephew's liquor license was not renewed as a result of some of the things I'm going to discuss here tonight. So, first of all, at that time, the main reason that I'm standing before you and the way that I got involved was because Nephew's left substantial unpaid tax obligations to the state of Ohio. I've furnished some materials in advance to the...
Mr. Lindeman, can I interrupt you for a second? I
I
apologize.
have it.
Can we
I
just
have
let the record note that Mr. Daniels is entered? Sorry
Sure.
about that.
Of course, no. So I've furnished some materials to the clerk of council in advance, and I have hard copies here, but should I distribute those, or did the council receive those through the clerk?
We received them.
Okay, great. Then so one of the things you'll see in there is the tax lien. It's still the taxes that are outstanding right now in connection with that owed just to the state of Ohio are about $229,000. That's the amount that is left unpaid that they're still trying to collect as a result of Nephew's operations. In 2021, after that liquor license was canceled, was not renewed, Mr. Robinson later tried to reopen Nephew's in the same location. He submitted an application. The city of Cincinnati and the Roselawn Community Council repeatedly objected. No new liquor license was issued, and as a result, Nephew's was not able to reopen. I've submitted copies in the materials of those objections that came from either the city of Cincinnati, the village council of Roselawn, or both. After those objections, Mr. Robinson then obtained a liquor license for the same location, but this time he was using a new name. The name was Julian's Lounge. The city council the city of Cincinnati again objected, and the Roselawn Community Council again objected. The taxes remained unpaid at that time, and no new liquor license was ever issued. Mr. Robinson tried again in 2023. Again, same location, same name. This time again, it was Julian's Lounge. The city again objected. The village or the community council in Roselawn again objected. No new license was issued. Again, the taxes still remained unpaid. So now Mr. Robinson has come to Lincoln Heights. He's created a new company which will apparently try to obtain the transfer of an existing license. The company's called CDJMB LLC. Mr. Robinson is marketing the bar just as he had in the past as Julian's Lounge. Formerly Nephews is the marketing that they're using now. So it is the same establishment. It is the same organizers. They have a new company, CDJMB. In our attempts to resolve these tax obligations, we've attempted to find out who the owners of CDJMB are. We do not know that for certain yet. I would submit that that's a matter that this council should concern itself with before it, whether it's to consent, whether it's to object, whether it's to request a hearing. This council should know who owns, who will own, and who will operate this establishment. So, in light of those materials, in light of the outstanding tax obligations, in light of these ongoing concerns, and the efforts of the people who originally operated Nephews to wrap up all the matters that remain outstanding. Again, it's my understanding that all that will come before this council at this point is whether or not to request a hearing from the Ohio Division of Liquor Control. And I'm here to ask you, or I'm here to submit to you that it's in this village's best interest to request that hearing and at least obtain some answers as to the questions that remain outstanding concerning Nephews, Julian's Lounge, CDJMB. And also the other small matter that the village can request that hearing can take place either in Columbus before the Board of Liquor Control, or it can take place here in Hamilton County. And again, for all the same reasons, it seems to me that it would be best for the village if that hearing took place in Hamilton County, where your residents, where your council can have access to those proceedings more easily. And unless any council members have any questions, that's all I have. And thank you again for your time and attention.
Okay. Ms. Jeter?
Will you be here to answer questions if we need to ask you one later?
I'd be happy to stay if that's what you'd like.
Yes. I did have a question. So who do you represent? I'm here, Mayor, right in the middle.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I represent a
Mr.
former owner of Nephews, one of the owners of Nephews.
Okay. All right. So from my understanding, they're still in negotiation regarding who's going to pay the billing that's on there?
There's not much in the way of negotiations. My client is attempting to pay this tax debt down. There is pending litigation between those parties right now. So there's a case in Hamilton County in which I represent one of the owners and an owner of property that is the subject of those tax claims also.
Anyone else? All right, there's nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Linneman.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, next would be a presentation from Mr. Julian. What? Oh, I saw you move. I'm sorry. Mr. Julian Robinson.
How y'all doing this? How y'all doing this evening?
Hello.
Okay, I'm Julian Robinson. I don't know what's going on with this right here, but my thing is I'm gonna tell you a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Lincoln Heights, first of all. I went to Princeton High School. I graduated from Princeton High School in 1985. I had 13 brothers and sisters. My mama raised me when it was the Valley Homes, born and raised, and right here in Lincoln Heights. So with that being said, I raised a family. I'm married, have 6 children, so I know all about raising a family. Now, what happened was I made nephews. I'm the uncle of 4 nephews. So my daughter asked me, won't you name the nephews? I said, why? She said, because your nephew's helping you run it. So that's how we got the name Nephews, because I'm the uncle. So I asked him, help me run this business, which was successful for 14 years. So now, my nephew never wanted to really do it, but he said he wants out of the business. So he wanted out of the business, and I said, well, if you want out of the business, I do have a lawyer too. So we fighting on the taxes, whatever the case may be. We're trying to settle that in a court matter. So the court has to take care of that. I have a lawyer too. I called my lawyer and told him what was going on. He said, well, let me know what's happening. So anyway, that's a court issue. So now I asked my nephew And this, we stopped running business not 2015, 2019. We had business for 14 years over there. He didn't want to do it anymore. So I said, well, if you don't want to do it, I still want to do it. So why don't you let me buy you out? He didn't want to let me buy him out. I want to sell it. That's not your decision. It's two of us. So if you don't want to do it, I asked this lawyer, what do we want a month? We can get a lease. I can get a lease from you. They didn't want to give me a lease. Why can't I get a lease? Why won't you buy me out? He never wanted to buy me out. He just wanted to get rid of it. But that's not his decision. So now, all of a sudden now, he wants to get rid of the business. I don't want to get rid of the business. So I say, look, I'm going to just get me something else. Came to Lincoln Heights. She wanted to sell it. I found the lady that wanted to sell it, sold it to me. So every time I try to get my license for nephews out there on Reading Road, it wasn't that they turned me down. They was waiting for me to get a lease from my nephew. They said, if you get a lease, we'll send you the license. He blocked the license. Could never get them. So now I want to bring my business somewhere that I was raised and try to do a different entertainment, bring something to the community, not just the club, but I want to bring live entertainment, live bands, somewhere so we can go somewhere nice. Couples can come out and have a good time where I was raised at. Now the issue with we going on right now, I said, I'm just gonna bring something here, something different. And that's where we stand right now. I'm open, I'm running the business, and every time I try to run the business, they trying to stop me. You didn't want me to have nephews, you don't want me to have this, but he don't want me to have nothing. I don't know if he don't want me to be successful, and I've been successful. I retired from the city of Cincinnati, 32 years. I was a construction inspector. I worked for Waterworks and I worked for MSD. So all the time I told him when I retired, I was supposed to run my business over there. So I said, if you don't want to do it no more, just sell it to me. I'll buy you out. He didn't want to let me buy him out. So I don't know what it is or what kind of grudge he got against me. I'm trying to do something on this side of the field, and he's still trying to stop me. I don't understand that. So all I want to do is do the right thing and run my business accordingly and let the courts take care of the system, take care of what they're supposed to take care of. That's all I want to say.
Any questions for Mr. Robinson? Yes, Councilman Daniels.
Just for clarity's sake, I know I'm late, apologize. Does Mr. Robinson have his liquor license currently, or that's the part that's going currently, was it appeal or not? I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting caught up on.
No, I'm using
nephew's liquor license currently?
No, this is a transfer license.
Okay.
So when I bought the property, the license came with it.
With
This
Lamar's,
is no
the old
license
Lamar's.
this don't have nothing to do with nephews. This is a transfer license.
Okay.
From the person I bought the property from. So.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Robinson, can you speak on your communication with the village as far as tax with us so far?
With this village?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But when communication with Ms. Peterson?
Well, I talked to Ms. Peterson. She said that whatever the taxes was, that she had the license or something for here that I'll be getting, and I will be paying the taxes here because this is a different entity. So whatever the taxes is, that's a totally different, that's totally different. We'll be paying the taxes on that. Now, over here, that's something else. But over here, I talked to Ms. Peterson. She sent me what I need to fill out, and I sent it right back to her.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Councilman Daniels?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? No one on this side? Vice Mayor? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We appreciate you coming to speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So next is the regular agenda. Communications from the Clerk of Council, Ms. Randolph.
I was going to read the liquor license information that I received. I don't know if I should still do that now that everyone's spoken, but I will. Council has a copy of it. Oh, they can't hear me. What? Oh, my God.
There you go.
Okay. It was noticed to the Legislative Authority. It's from Ohio Division of Liquor Control. and it's regarding CDJMB LLC, doing business as Julian's Lounge, 9568 Wayne Avenue, Lincoln Heights, Ohio. And then they also have Lamar Carden, doing business as Lamar's Lounge, 9568 Wayne Avenue, Lincoln Heights, Ohio. Important notice, please complete and return this form to the Division of Liquor Control whether or not there is a request for a hearing. Refer to this number in all inquiries, and it gives us a number, and we need to make a decision whether or not we are requesting a hearing on the advisability of issuing the permit, and request that the hearing be held either in our county seat or in Columbus. Or we do not request a hearing. And then on the second page, it says, Dear local legislative authority official, please find enclosed the legislative notice that is being sent to you regarding the applied for liquor permit as captioned on the notice. You must, within 30 days from the mailed date listed on the notice under the barcode, notify the division whether or not you object and want a hearing, or ask for your one-time only 30-day extension. Any requests for a on-time 30-day extension will be reviewed by the division upon timely receipt. If granted, your additional 30 days runs from the expiration of the original 30-day period. To be considered timely, your above response must be faxed, emailed, or mailed to the division no later than the postmark deadline date given on the form. To speed up processing time and reduce paper, the division respectfully asks that you either fax or email your response. Please send your response to, and then give a fax number, area code 614-644-31, I think that's 66, and email liquor license mall unit at com.state.oh.us, and then I give a mailing address. Please note that the division is no longer sending ownership information with this legislative notice. If you want to know who owns the applied for permit, you can find that information in two ways. First, you can go to, and they give a website, www.coliqr/LIQR_apps/permit/lookup/permit holder ownership.aspx, and enter the permit number listed on the legislative notice. That's the first way. The second way, you can contact your police department or your county sheriff if you are a township fiscal officer or county clerk. The division sends the applicable law enforcement agency the pertinent ownership information when it notifies them of the permit application. Thank you in advance for your cooperation, and it's the division licensing section. That's the end of the letter and the document information that I've received and have passed out to council and village manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So, council, the next step in the process is for council to make a motion to either request a hearing or not request a hearing, and direct that the clerk of council forthwith send that to the Division of Liquor Control.
Make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I
Talking
make
to
a
the
motion
mic.
that we move the village manager's report up to communications?
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any nays? Okay, so council needs we need to make a decision on liquor.
Yeah,
Bring
the
that
clerk
back up.
needs direction from council, either to request the hearing or not request the hearing, and then if a hearing is going to be requested, whether to request that it be in Hamilton County or allow it to be in Columbus. So we can do those as two different motions. Obviously, there's not going to be a need for the second one if the motion is to not request a hearing. But council needs to give direction to the clerk on how to respond. And the deadline is November 24th, so we will not have another council meeting before the deadline passes.
I'd like to make a motion that we not ask for a hearing.
Second. It's been moved in second. Roll call, Donna. Roll call.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber,
Yes.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter,
Abstain.
Councilman Durant Daniels,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Tanya Key,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson,
Yes?
Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumfree.
Yes.
We have 3 aye votes, 4 abstentions. The motion does not pass.
May I make a motion to reconsider at a later date or later time in this meeting during miscellaneous business?
Second.
To reconsider to another date?
No, to reconsider during miscellaneous business of this meeting.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna bring it back.
And I second it.
It's been moved in second. Roll call, Ms. Randolph.
Okay. Councilwoman Phyllis Baber,
Yes.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter,
Yes.
Councilman Durant Daniels,
Yes.
Councilwoman Tanya Key,
Yes.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson,
Yes?
Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumfree.
Yes.
We have 7 aye votes, and that motion does pass.
You're good? Okay, all right. Okay, that leaves us to, all right. I guess I can put them in under me. Okay, so I'll do communications for council. So in your packet, you have the Mayor's Court monthly report for the month of October. As you see there, everything is 0, so we did not bring in any dollars. As you all know, majority of the tickets are being sent down to Hamilton County. So the clerk of court, Vicki Bowers, she had been successful in working through some of the dockets that they have not seen themselves being transferred downtown. So I'll just list the report. The total to the state, area fees, entities, total bonds, total village and miscellaneous, all are 0. So nothing was dispersed for the month in November. In the month of October, I'm sorry, for clarity. Also, she does list the balance, the variance in Mayor's Court listed in the bank reconciliation. So that's all that I have. Motion to accept a 0 report.
Motion.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hobart, yes, you can have your communications.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple handouts, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So Mayor, thank you. So I've provided two documents. The first one is addressed to council in regards to a request made by Ms. Mitchell as when can council expect the manager's report? So typically, in following my previous one, I've submitted it at the second council meeting, which is what I've indicated here, and that's what I'm proposing to continue to do. I've also given examples of dates. So for example, November 13th, 2023 would be for the October items. November 27th, 2023 would be for the November items. December's 26th and so on would follow suit in regards to council receiving the manager's report. The second sheet is the manager's report for the items that were very successful during October. The first one has to do with the brine program. So if you're not aware, most of the communities are going more towards a brine program for snow removal and also treatment of the roads. This program has several benefits. One, it's more environmentally safe. Two, it helps you reduce the use of salt. Three, it helps you cut down on the cost. So we've actually moved towards getting that program in place with the pouring of our brine pad in the back. We've also got the cost for the equipment to not only equip our trucks, but to also store it on site. The technique used for the brine program is it's a pre-treatment, and what it does, it works with the temperatures and helping to keep snow off of the roads from bonding to the roadways themselves, which in return help us to remove it. One of the concerns that I heard from council and many residents was we've never had a good snow removal process here in the village. So this is something that we can provide, and we're working with Springfield Township and also Sycamore Township, who I have great relationships with in regards to purchasing brine from them. So what we're going to do is exchange salt for their brine. They can pre-make the brine for a mixture that works well, not only for them, but also for Hampton County. Hampton County is another user of those two townships, and it should be very successful for us in the treatment this year. Second item, Hampton County Sheriff's and Woodlawn Fire Department contracts as submitted tonight for your consideration. We was successful in working with the Sheriff's Office, and we do have a contract for the consideration of council this evening. As far as Woodlawn Fire Department, I did receive their contract today, this afternoon. I will be reviewing that probably sometime this week. Once I have a chance to review, I'll add my comments, and then I'll forward it to the solicitor for their review. And then at some point, we will then forward that to council or back to Woodlawn Fire Department for any request. And working with Hampton County, again, another great partner of ours. Hampton County, we are part of their emergency management agency program now. So that has to do with everything from tornadoes to floods to you name it. We are now part of their program. Was able to work with the Woodlawn Fire Department in regards to that program, and it should be something that will help us in the event that a disaster. We now have an internal public records policy in place. It's not always being followed, but since we didn't have one in place, I did put one in place. I asked for comments from the mayor and from the clerk of council, but have not received any, so I made it a point to just go ahead and put it in place because I felt the need for that. We also have a purchasing policy in place. This policy is based off of the auditor for the state of Ohio. As you know, we've had several incidents in regards to the Village of Lincoln Heights and our accounting and so on. So in working with the finance director, we've got a plan in place now that I think will move us to hopefully getting all these items resolved with the auditor, and at some point saying, yes, we are over that hump. No parking in cul-de-sacs, wains, etc. We did discuss that in the law committee. They did ask me to get pricing on 2 items. One was a sign evaluation. So that sign evaluation would literally have a contractor come in and evaluate all of our current signs to make sure they're in the right location, to evaluate if we have too many, not enough. I actually received that quote also this morning. The second part of their request was to get a price for a TIS, a traffic impact study. And discussing that with them, a traffic impact study is usually, and I know this, is usually put in place to evaluate new development, new economic development, main thoroughfares that have a lot of traffic. So part of their proposal addresses our main thoroughfares, and I will be forwarding that on to the law committee. As I've discussed previous, no parking signs throughout the village, the right-of-ways, vacated streets, etc. Speed limit signs throughout the village, and so on. I have done what I called the village plan. And per the charter, I am to do this as the village manager. So I did evaluate current staff and the needs and what we have as far as employees, how we can help them excel, what we can do, where they want to be, what they want to learn, and hopefully part of that will, I know it gave me insight on our staff, because being a new village manager, the first thing I need to know besides finances is who do we have on our team? Who's capable of doing what? Who has the ability to be promoted? Who has the ability to continue their success? And that's what this was all about. I continue to work on the water bills, the electric bills, and so on. As council knows, we had a huge water bill at Memorial Field. I did find out that the reason we had that was because our contractor that was doing work up there broke one of our main water lines. I was successful in working with Greater Cincinnati Water Works to get information in regards to credits now. So our water bill is 1/3 water, 2/3 sewer. So we will have to pay for the water, but we will be able to get back a credit for 2/3 of that $2,100 because we had no sewer. It was basically just broken and water went everywhere. I'm also working with Mr. Desai. We've discussed briefly about the contractor and the work that was done and not done. He did advise that I go ahead and send them a notification regarding the items that we still had issues with. He said it looked better coming from the village manager and it sets a better tone versus involving attorneys. So I will be doing that and kind of evaluating. I do have photographs of everything. Now it's just putting together the list. I told the contractor I would be reaching out to them tomorrow to discuss this matter, and they were okay with that because they have a final bill that's due. Memorial Field lighting, electric concession stand, walking fields, playing field, contractor neglect, final payment, and new architect. So I am currently working on that. I continue to work towards getting that field open. We were able to get in our contract between the architectural firm and the existing civil engineering firm to work together and to get us the placement of a new concession stand, which will not only have concession area, it'll also have storage for the football equipment, and then it will also have the electrical equipment stored inside. So where our electrical equipment was stolen before, we're now going to go with underground utilities that will come up inside of this concession stand. The concession stand will be what's called a split face CMU block construction with steel doors. We'll have cameras. Here's the challenge. I'm still trying to find funding for that. Some of the things that are a benefit, I did reach out to the insurance company, our current insurance company. They did award us $66,000 and some odd dollars for the replacement of this electrical wiring which was stolen, so that's a good start. I also reached out to GE. GE was a great partner in regards to Lincoln Heights Day. We did meet out on site to discuss our dilemma, right? We've got this great piece of property and now we're working to try to develop it and we need funding. So I'm still working with the Reds, I'm working with GE, I'm working with all these partners that helped us get started. Obviously, the main concern, as I've expressed before, is the oversight. What I found out was the field was never in the bid. So the construction of the field, meaning creating a football field itself, was never in the bid. What we did have, though, is a play set. We also had a workout area that will go around the walking trail. But as I mentioned before, the challenge with that now is as we go in to redevelop this field and to make it a football field that is safe for the players, we're going to tear up part of the work we've already done. So I continue to make that one of my top priorities. I'm working on it probably every other day because it's such an overwhelming task in itself. Let's see here. New business in the villages, new programs for illegal businesses. So Ms. Peterson has been a great help. She has literally led the charge on this. She is so effective in everything that she does. She works hand in hand with me. She'll put something out, we'll discuss it, we go back and forth. She comes up with great ideas, and then we send it on to the solicitor for a little more tools. So I have sent a notice, actually I think it was an email to the solicitor saying, if you know of any other tools, please help us. If we need to change our applications, if we need to change our fees, please help us to do that. What's the steps, those type of things. So we're wanting to do that. This was brought up at one of the previous meetings, and we will continue to work towards that program. Health grants awarded. So I was directed by council to apply for a health grant, which I did. We were awarded $35,000 to put in water and electric at the park right across from Village Hall. That will be a great thing for us because, one, when I came here, it wasn't watered, it was dying. We got the Public Works Department involved because we had Shakespeare in the Park coming up. They did a great job on getting everything cleaned, but we had tanks of water that we had to go there to water it. So I think this grant is going to be a tremendous help in us doing what we need to do more of, which is thinking about year 2, year 3, year 5, because these grants, a lot of communities get these same grants, and the problem that has been pointed out to me is nobody takes care of them. They get the grants, they get these great vegetation, they get these great parks. Year 2, 3, and 4, it looks awful, and then the partners that were involved are now, I don't want to say hesitant, but that's the impression that I got from a couple of the partners that I spoke to. So they are very happy that we're now putting in the effort to maintain our parks and to do great things with them. Public Wi-Fi update. One of my relations that I've had with one of the Duke government officials, I brought him in on this. We're now working hand in hand with Duke Utility and PowerNet to get all the final items wrapped up. So as we continue to finish up 1, 2, and 3 are right behind the door. And Duke, as always, has done a wonderful job with communicating, getting personally involved, and getting all these problems with permitting, usage of the utility lines and so on, and now we're working towards a solution. Final quotes for employee medical coverage. So the 2 big items that I knew about when I started was the sheriff's contract and the fire department contract. The one thing I didn't know about is we lose all of our medical benefits as of December 31st for all of our employees. So as of December 31st, we will have no medical coverage. We will now. So I've gotten my final quotes from Strategic, and these numbers are anywhere between 13 and 32% lower than what the village pays now. Since the village does pay for all employee medical coverage and expenses, that will help us reduce our overall budget for next year in regards to medical expenses. So again, we've got some great partners. We've been working hand in hand, going back and forth and looking at quotes. We've got several options to choose from. And just for council's information, the 13% to 32% savings is based on our employees. So certain employees, either way, we pay for it as the village. Certain employees are costing us more than other employees in medical benefits, which makes sense because some employees have more claims than others. I don't have any information regarding what those claims are, so I want to make that clear. But I do know what it cost us, and we will be saving between 13 and 32% next year on our medical insurance coverage. Final items to transfer 810 Adams to Herc and the Port. We are working through all those items with Mr. Desai in regards to, let's get the paper signed, let's get it transferred over, let's start building houses. Herc is excited. They are ready to build these 2 homes as per our legislation. Let me see here, did I list this? Oh, I listed Sheriff and Woodlawn Fire Department contract received. So the other thing, which I did mention briefly about art. So I've received several complaints early on, and again, I've only been here 4 months. So this is literally a little bit over 4 months that I've been here. Part of the problem with the park across the street was that we removed a bunch of murals. So in an effort to try to give that back, I have reached out to council and let them know that, hey, I'm looking at this, I'm looking for artists. We've had several artists come forward and give us, I mean, just some great proposals on how we can incorporate, how we can bring back some more community pride. And basically, we have 7 windows that have been boarded up in front of the sheriff's office. What better than to have a way to soften what that building represents? As soon as you see a sheriff's office, and I think our sheriff's department does a great job in what they do, but to soften that and put murals on there that now make that area more attractive to our residents, as they go by it, they won't see the sheriff's office. They're going to see this artwork that we have in place. And guess what? There's 7 murals. I have 7 council people. A great proposal will be everybody gets their own input in regards to what we put there, but we'll discuss that, right? We'll discuss it with the public. We'll have some public hearings, but at this point, it's just getting some input from the local artists and from some of the larger art groups to say, what can we do there? And it's all about communication. It's all about working with the public and trying to represent our history and who we are today. That's all I have, and I'll take any questions in regards to my manager's report.
Any questions? I have a question. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to talk about the, what you said about the concession stand. because it was, to my knowledge, that we had got money from the commission's office, as well as I was looking over, since I've been home sick, I was looking back over some resolutions or my committee meetings. And I remember in one of my committee meetings, we talked about, you wasn't here at the time, manager, but I believe Mr. Keys was the manager at the time, or acting manager. And we said something about, he had said something about Script had provided grant money for the concession stand in Memorial Field. And then also, I remember one of my meetings that you attended, that you had said something about we would not have a red diamond, we wouldn't have a diamond anymore. So I didn't understand why we wouldn't have a diamond, because the Reds came out to help redo the field. So it didn't make sense to me. So could you shed some more light on that? And if you don't know anything about the Script grant, could you look into that? Because that was money that was supposed to be set aside for the concession stand.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a couple things that I can address in that, and I appreciate you bringing those things up. So the Script grant specifically, I'm not aware of that. I do have a total breakdown of all the grants that were included for not only the raising of the high school itself that we just did, but then also Memorial Field. So those are broken down into from the county and from the port, and we had, again, a lot of great partners. I don't recall anything being listed as a Script grant, so I can't address that. As far as the concession stand, as COVID has hit, we've had a lot of things that have increased in price. One is material, one is labor. So there are so many factors that now go into the redesign and the building of that concession stand, and also the management of managing that project. That project, just for the concession stand alone, will probably be somewhere between $700,000 and $900,000. That's not increasing the footprint dramatically. It's creating a 10 by 12 area for the electrical service, which will then prevent us from building a separate building. So now what we're doing is we're enclosing everything in one building that we're already doing construction on, which will help us save cost ultimately. As far as the Reds diamond, I would have to go back and check the minutes, but I don't think I indicated that we are not going to have the Reds diamond. We're not going to have there was a soccer field on the back side of that, which the topography goes, it's a cliff. I mean, literally, when you get to the end of the football field, you have the walking trail, and then you have a big decline. So that field will not be there. As far as the diamond itself, we do have some erosion. We do have some parts that are failing. My main concern with the ball diamond area is it's in horrible shape. So it will be part of redoing the field. We will have to put up new fencing. We will have to put in new drainage, because the erosion now has actually, part of the hillside is failing more. So I have talked to our public works director in regards to putting in a temporary wall to kind of help support where the outlet for the field is, and that's what's eroding the hillside even more. So we're going to do some preventative measures to help with that. But again, it all falls back to when we start this project, the first thing we're going to look at is actually doing the field properly and work out from the project that's in the middle. It is not my intent, I want to be clear on this, it's not my intent to not do the baseball field. I would love to see the baseball field there, because I think it's going to give our community another activity to get them out, to help them with health and those type of things. So I appreciate your concern about the baseball field, and it is my intent to have that reconstructed.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. But please, look into that Scripps grant, because it was told to me that the money was set aside for the concession stand. So check that out, please.
I will do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So Harry, so the concession stand, we received $300,000 for it, right? Correct? I believe we got $300,000 for the concession stand.
Correct.
So now we need $500,000 to.
Well, what I said was between 700,000 and 900,000. And that's based off of the architect's drawings and construction and management of the project, which again, with the field itself, and this whole project, we really didn't have oversight, and that oversight does cost money, and that oversight has cost us money because we didn't have it in place.
So, we have not seen the drawings or the plans for the new concession stand or whatever else you need to do, so we do need to see that. So that we understand what these costs are. The other thing is that, and I believe Ms. Baber, it's the SCIP grant that you're talking about. I believe that's what you are referring to. We have been asking about the contractor neglect. So where are we with that, and you contacting them and having them come out and do what they have to do or repay us? Where are you with that?
That's where I mentioned we're actually going to talk about it tomorrow. So I have set up a meeting with the contractor that we will discuss the remaining items. And also, just to be clear to council, these items are from the engineering group that we're working with. So they did a tremendous job in helping us. They were not the project manager. They were the engineer of record. When they saw something that they felt didn't comply with the plans, they made our inspector at the time aware of that. There's a lot of those things that still exist. My challenge is finding the records of inspections, what was approved, and so on. Because if our inspector that we had at the time signed off on the construction, and the construction wasn't done per plan, I defer to Mr. Desai on this, but I think it's going to be hard to have them do work that we've already signed off on as the inspection agency. I also wanted to talk a little bit more about the architecturals and the plans for the concession stand. So those costs are based off of a similar project that the architectural firm did design, did manage, and is now constructed. The community that they were working for at the time made a lot of revisions. They sent me a copy of that plan just to give me some numbers to work with and a ballpark of what those costs would be currently based on that footprint. That's all it is. So as far as a plan, I didn't sign any contract yet because I didn't know what tonight held. So it is my intent tomorrow to reach out to the contractor and go over all the final items, which I have taken photographs of. I've done great record keeping. I have it all on file. I have a separate folder that contains all those things that don't meet minimum standards of construction. I've also got the email that I received from the civil engineering firm of what they saw as problems that existed. The last item, obviously, is the water bill that we received due to their damage to our main water line, which they couldn't get turned off for hours, and they finally did get Greater Cincinnati Water Works. I don't mean to say that finally, it takes time, but they did get Greater Cincinnati Water Works out here to turn off the water, and then they repaired it. Well, they repaired the water line, but there's still a mess up there on the field where their truck ran over there's what's called a pit and that's where your meters are. Well, when they ran over that, they damaged that too. The contractor said over a month ago that he would repair this. It's still not done. So that's part of the whole thing with Memorial Field. It is an ongoing process.
Okay, so Mr. Hobart, if there's nothing further with his report, any more questions?
Is that one?
But I do have another question, Mayor, but you can, I yield to
Okay.
Mr. Daniels.
Yes, Councilman Daniels.
Mine is more of a comment than a question, but just on the artworks piece, that's it's exciting to hear. So just the main reason why we did the murals in the first place, it was kind of to bring our MBK program, like bring jobs for our young kids here. So if and I'm not sure if Colleen is still a representative there at Artsworks, but they're phenomenal people. But if that is something that is coming back, because they did make a 10-year commitment when they did start that 10 years, 12 murals in the community, that to make sure that it's a program that our young people can continue to get jobs through. So that's the biggest piece behind that. That'd be my. And if you do need the original mural, I do have all 10 of those panels as well too, if you want the original mural as well.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Mayor, can I respond to that?
Yes.
So, as you said, Artworks, they are wonderful. They came out and we started looking at it and evaluating it. They talked about having the school art program involved because of the size of the murals. Because of the height, they would only need one level of scaffolding. They felt it would be safe enough to where we could definitely involve the school art program. So you're right on target. That's exactly what they do. And they would have a leader, obviously, of the group that would help with facilitating, here's what we do and here's how we set up the scaffolding and kind of outlining things. So yeah, they would be involved too. I think it's a great program.
Yeah, like you said before, the main thing is, because we've done it for 2 years. We did one obviously in Memorial Field, the other one on Jackson Street. But the main thing is hiring kids from the community and having that lead artist from the community as well too. So I think those are very vital, important pieces. The history from it started from Ms. Jeannie. She provided a play with those young students at Lincoln Heights Elementary School. Off of the research that they did, then the artists from the community then created a mural off of the research. So it was a full circle piece. So hopefully that same intentionality of connecting our young people with not just jobs, but their history is the main thesis behind that Artworks and Arts Wave piece, and not just putting up pretty pictures, even though that is important for the community as well.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, last question.
Yes, ma'am. Harry, what was the need? Are we changing our insurance policy? What, you made it sound as if we did or did not do something as to why it was going away. You want to explain that? What's going on?
So we currently have Humana. Humana is no longer going to provide, I don't know if you just call it residential insurance, but regular insurance. They are now switching to Medicare, Medicaid. So that's why our policy literally expires December 31st. They will no longer provide that type of insurance. They have shifted their focus. So immediately we got with, I think it's called Strategic Partners. Part of that was started, and we just continue to work with them, going back and forth. At one point, we sent out an email to all the employees to fill out what's called Form Fire, where they basically list their prescriptions, their doctors, and so on, so that we could try to facilitate a match with this new company. And we do have 3 options to choose from. All of those are different pricing, but at some point I will be bringing that to council to make a final decision, but we will need to do it in the month of December so that we can start it January 1. And again, I do have that meeting scheduled. It's scheduled for Wednesday to go over with Strategic, but that's where I'm at.
Okay.
one more question.
Wait a minute, hold on, Ms. Jeter.
Are the neighboring communities using this particular insurance?
Yeah, we've got 3 different options to choose from, and it's,
Is Woodlawn, Lockland, Glendale, are they also using this insurance?
I don't know. I haven't asked them.
Ms. Baber?
Yeah. Manager, you said something about illegal businesses in the village. I wanted to know, how were you reaching out to the people to let them know that they were illegal, and what's the process for that?
So, Ms. Peterson went over kind of the process that she goes through, and she does a lot of research on the internet. She'll see businesses that all of a sudden just pop up in a location, and she knows they're not, and then she'll start looking up addresses. So that's how we look for illegal businesses.
How will you be reaching out to the people that's illegal?
We'll be sending them notices, and we're working on that notification process now with Mr. Desai in regards to our steps. So part of the steps will be going to, I think it's Hampton County Common Pleas, but I'm not sure of that, where the prosecution part of that will be going through them for action, because we can't do it through mayor's court. Does that help?
So you're gonna take them to court before you actually reach out to them?
No.
So
we'll-
that they can come current or whatever?
No, we'll send them notifications, which the ones who are in violation, it's not like they've been in violation for a day or a week. Most of them, it's been several months. We've sent them several notifications. Now we are literally looking at the process and making revisions to the process, because the process doesn't have a lot of teeth, meaning it doesn't have a lot of power to force them. So I've asked Mr. Desai if we can increase the fees. He said, yes, we have to go to council to do that. I asked him a list of questions in regards to, can we list these items on that notice that we're going to send them? And it was yes. So we're literally working through that now. But to answer your question, we will be sending out notifications and continue to send out notifications and giving them the right to pay back taxes. As far as how far we can go back, that discussion was also brought up. I don't think we have a directive on if we can go back 3 years or 5 years, but all that'll be in consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We all clear on this side? Any more over here so we can move on? Okay, all right.
Motion to accept the manager's report.
Second.
Been moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Mayor, can I make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss employment of a village employee?
Yes, ma'am. Is there a second?
Second.
You got that?
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter, second.
So it's been moved in second, roll call.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
No.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Yes.
Councilman Durant Daniels.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Yes.
Councilwoman Laverna Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson.
Yes.
Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumphrey.
Yes.
We have 6 aye votes, 1 nay. The motion does pass.
Village of Lincoln Heights Council meeting is now back in session. Today's date is Monday, November 13th, 2023. The time is now 9:06. Roll call.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
Present.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Present.
Councilman Deron Daniels.
Present.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Present.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell.
Present.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Present.
Okay. I just heard the microphone there.
Oh, no,
Okay.
wouldn't mind.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson. Mayor Ruby Kenzie Mumfree.
Present.
We have 7 who are present. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, we'll go straight into the public hearing of Resolution 2023 R44, resolution of intent to remove the village manager from office. And so, right. So I gotta lift these out. Okay. Let's start with the hearing of the hearing of 44. We'll start with the reading of Resolution 2023 R44.
44 or 45?
44.
Okay. Sorry. Just one moment. Village of Lincoln Heights, Hamilton County, Ohio, resolution number 2023-R-44, resolution of intent to remove the village manager from office.
Okay. He said read it by its entirety.
Okay, I apologize. I'll read it in its entirety. Whereas the Council of the Village of Lincoln Heights has determined it to be in the best interest of the residents of the Village of Lincoln Heights to remove Harry L. Holbert, Jr. as village manager. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Village of Lincoln Heights, Hamilton County, Ohio, that Section 1, Council intends to remove Harry L. Holbert, Jr. as the village manager pursuant to Section 3.05 of the Village Charter for dereliction of duty, failure to follow instructions of council and legal counsel, lowering staff morale, and unprofessional behavior. Section 2, a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the manager by the village law director passed this 23rd day of October 2023. It was signed by the mayor of the Village of Lincoln Heights, Mayor Ruby Kenzie Mumfree, attested to by the clerk of council, Lisa Randolph.
All right. She don't have to read the vote, does she? No. Okay. So next would be the reading of the manager's written reply to the resolution of intent. I'm sorry.
From Harry Holbert, this is an email sent on Wednesday, November the 8th, 2023 at 10:33 a.m. It was sent to the council clerk, copied to Mayor Ruby Kenzie Mumfree and the Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson. Subject, resolution of intent to remove. Attachments was resolution number 2023-R-44, resolution of intent to remove the village manager from office. And that was what I just read. And it states as follows. Clerk of Council, please tell the mayor, thanks for arranging my public hearing regarding council's intent to remove the village manager. For the record, I strongly disagree with all allegations. In parentheses, he has dereliction of duties, failure to follow instructions of council and legal counsel, lowering staff morale, and unprofessional behavior, end quotes. And I mean parentheses. And I look forward to the public hearing. This email is to also acknowledge this is the only form of notification I received regarding my request for a public hearing and the date of that hearing. Regards, Harry L. Holbert Jr., Village Manager, Village of Lincoln Heights, 1201 Stephen Avenue, Lincoln Heights, Ohio, 45215.
Okay, thank you. All right, that leaves now the manager's comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Clerk, for spelling all that out. I appreciate your thoroughness. So I guess my main question has to do with the allegations. I did have a meeting with the mayor and Ms. Mitchell in regards to, I asked them for their vote to not remove the manager, and I asked them, what could I do? The mayor said basically I was going in the wrong direction. I received no type of direction on what I could do to improve it, what I could change. Ms. Mitchell did give me some insight, which I appreciated, and it was in regards to a property maintenance inspector, that we wanted a property maintenance inspector. They hired me because of my expertise in that field. So what I told Ms. Mitchell was that I would get the ad up on our website. I would also put it on Facebook. We would also put it in the newspaper of general circulation, and that I would put it on Center for Local Government. I have done all those things as of last week. Now, to be clear, I don't recall receiving direction from council. I've been here for 4 months. 4 months. There's been a lot that we have accomplished. I don't have the village manager background when we talk about legislation. What I do have is planning, zoning, economic development, working with the citizens, working with the elected officials, and trying to get things done. And that's exactly what I've done. I feel that I really do have questions. So if anybody could provide me with my dereliction of duty, and before you do that, I'd like to, if I may, hand out just a simple list of the things that I have done within my short time here. Mayor, can I do that?
Didn't you already give it to him? Just pass, you can just hand it to her and she can pass
Okay.
it down.
Wouldn't mind? I think there's 7 there. Sorry, I didn't provide one for the clerk. I kind of ran out of time. So there, when I came here, I was excited. I had 2 job opportunities in front of me. One of them was going to a very well-to-do community to do planning and zoning. I can do planning and zoning in my sleep, and economic development. This position was a village manager that could be able to help the community and put a lot of good things in place. And I had several conversations with fellow village managers and townships officials, and they said, you will do great things there, because of my background. It wasn't just focused around property maintenance, it's economic development. Every community besides Indian Hill needs economic development, right? Indian Hill is the only community that doesn't have commercial. So I accepted the challenge. And it has been a challenge because there's a lot of things that in my 15 years of just public experience that were already in place. I would have never have thought that the Village of Lincoln Heights wouldn't have had a public records request in place, especially after we were sued last year. So I felt that to be an important item. So I put an internal policy in place. I actually received an email from Mr. Desai in regards to, yes, I must admit we need to put that in place. So I did my best effort to do that. There's a lot of other examples of things that weren't in place that you don't know about until it's a problem. So who's held accountable for public records requests if they're not fulfilled? The village manager. They may have listed the clerk on the lawsuit, and they may have listed the Village of Lincoln Heights, but the Village of Lincoln Heights is managed by the village manager. Now, that's at the direction of council, right? Council tells me their priorities. And remember, I did reach out, and I've got an email here, and I had Brad do it. He reached out to every council member to set up a time with me so that we could discuss this, so that we could discuss your priorities of council. And what did I say? I said, I will meet with each one of you individually, but collectively, you will tell me the direction. Collectively, not individually. All I've encountered since I've been here is individual requests. We need to do this. We need to do that. We is not single. Council is the one who directs the village manager. At least that was my impression. That's not what I've had for the last 4 months. I've had individuals telling me, I need to do this, I need to approve this raise, I need to do that. And that's a real challenge for me because over that time, I've been in 2 very successful townships. Both had budgets over $10 million. So I know systems. I know processes. And I have done my best to come from a township background into a village and do what's proper and to put things in place. That's why if you look at this list, I started from day one working hard for you and your community. I started looking at pricing. I started looking at vendors. How can we save money? I've done that across the board. I've reached out to every community surrounded us, and I said, what do you pay for this? And what do you pay for that? And I got new vendors, and we've had pricing. Centos versus UniFirst. We saved 34% by switching one vendor. The school demolition, I coordinated the efforts between O'Rourke, the village, and the port. Is it my project? No, you guys had that already. You had everything going, but the problem was the coordination. I care about the residents, and I'm sure everyone here does. That's why we're having this meeting, because you feel you need to get rid of the village manager for these things. And I really don't understand. So I worked with O'Rourke. I went out there and talked to him about the fence they put up where it was going to block Lincoln Heights Day, and they fixed it. I sat down with them individually and said, nothing happens on this site without me knowing about it. Do you know why? Because that's my job, and I take it seriously. So did we have a stumbling block? We did. That was because of lack of communication. But from that point on, we moved forward. We moved forward with Lincoln Heights Day. We moved forward with all these other things. We moved forward with the demolition of that building. Was it clean? Was it safe? Was there any residents' complaints? I don't have any. I've checked with O'Rourke. I'm continuously looking at that site to make sure the streets are clean. Why? Because that's my job. That's what I do. I'm the village manager. I'm responsible for the village. That's my job, and I take it very seriously. So when we have these accusations, again, I'm still trying to follow, but let's just go down a couple of the items here. Sick time policy. We found out about that during my contract. I didn't have anything to do with it, but I was getting punished because I still don't have a contract because there was a conflict with that policy. I still don't have a signed contract. Sheriff's emergency phone. I came in, it was pointed out that this was a problem, that it didn't work. I had it working within a month because of my coordination, because of my follow-up, because I felt it was important to our community. If they were over at that basketball court anywhere close and they didn't have a cell phone, I wanted to make sure it was working. Did I test it when it was done? I did. Did it work? It does. Does it work today? It does. Fire department contract, you know about that. Mr. Turley recommended $840,000. We negotiated it down to $450,000, and each year after that is going to be a 5% increase, similar to what the police contract was. The village manager of Woodlawn recommended $840,000 for the fire contract. I negotiated it down to $450,000 because they do care. Woodlawn, they do care about that. They were so sympathetic for our needs, but here was the main thing they pointed out. I can't charge you less for services than what I charge my residents. It's just not fair to my community, being Woodlawn. So where do they need to be? They need to be at $550. We negotiated down to $450, and that's what I'll be reviewing. Again, I haven't reviewed the contract, but that's the numbers they started out with. Medical benefits, like I told you earlier, is between 13 and 32%, I rounded. Email and computer usage policy. I sat down with all the key players that deal with our hardware, our software, our internet, whatever it may be, and we evaluated the vulnerability of our system. And if it goes down, how quickly can we get it back up? They all thanked me when it was done because they knew my intent was to help this community. It's amazing that we really do have some good things in place. And we have some good vendors. But we have some that are a challenge too, and I'm holding them to task. And I feel that that's really what this is about. The brine, salt, we talked about that. The sidewalk program. We have, and again, I'm not criticizing, we have people on none of our public works people know how to pour concrete. I do. So I trained them. We set up a time. I gave them direction on how to tear out the sidewalks that have been the same way for 3 years on our property. It's hazardous. It was, if somebody would have tripped on those sidewalks, we could have been, I don't know if we could be sued. That's up to Mr. Desai to work out, but it was a problem. It was a safety issue. So I felt the need to tear them out. So I talked to the public works director and said, do you know how to do sidewalks? He says, I have no clue about concrete. Does anybody else? Well, we may have one guy that can help. So I worked with it and I trained them. We tore it out, we prepped it, we poured concrete, and now we have sidewalks there. The one thing we didn't do was clean up properly after ourselves. I relied on the department had to do that and make sure the gravel and stuff were clean, and it wasn't. I sent them a notice the next day that says, please clean our streets, and they did. Auditors finding. We're all over the board. I would have never of thought that when I came into a community. We have fraud, we have all these things that we've been written up on. So in working with the finance director, we put things in place. We put things in place that will now reduce that list of what they say they strongly recommend. We recommend, and then you've complied. We are reducing that list monthly. That's a big deal, because once we get off that list, we will no longer have to pay the auditor to essentially do our books for us and tell us that they balance. That's something I've been working on with our finance director, and he's top notch. It's a pleasure to work with him, and if council remembers, during my interview, I asked if he would be here, because I wouldn't have taken the job. The biggest thing about any community is the finances. Can you afford to take care of your community? We'll find out, because I'm working on it daily with our finance director. 4 events for the village. I never knew I would be an event planner. Never. I'm a village manager, but I spent time working with committee chairs on 2 Shakespeare in the Parks, National Night Out, and Lincoln Heights Day. And on Lincoln Heights Day, I worked with the sheriff's department, I worked with the police department, I worked with all the agencies, and I was still criticized for a safe event. I was still cursed at because of placement of games. Do you realize that? I was cursed at because of placement of games. I was yelled at because I wanted barricades at the end of the street versus bringing them 20 feet down in the street, which would then allow people to come in and turn around. My concern from day one, based off of what the city of Cincinnati has faced, was safety of our community and the safety of this event. That's what I provided. When I saw a motorcycle pull up into our event, I immediately went to him very politely and said, "Hey, you can't have your motorcycle here." He went around the barricades. Can you imagine somebody who was upset with the village, what they might have done if the barricades weren't there? We worked together to come up with that, and it was very successful. 810 Adams, we talked about that. We're working on transferring that over. Reviewing outdated policy. So I sent out an email, again, looking for direction regarding a records retention. Somebody found it for me. The only issue is the last update was from 2009, 14 years ago. That's what I'm doing as the village manager. Cages. So most communities have a link to Cages. Cages is all about planning and zoning, and when somebody looks at a community, the first thing they want to know is how that piece of property is zoned. Can I build a new building? Can I operate this type of business, and so on? I'm working with Cages to now have our planning and zoning layers added to their map. It's one of the best systems around. And when developers start looking at us, and they will, for economic development, first thing they're going to do, or their architect's going to do, or their engineer's going to do, is they're going to look at that Cages map and see if we even have our layers on there. Well, guess what? We will. No smoking policy reviewed. I have reviewed that. I printed it out, and we're going to start enforcing that policy again. Do we have the policy? We do. Is it being enforced? It's not, but it will be. Evaluation of staff per the charter. Did you hear the last part of that? Per the charter. So I had something that I called, and I think I mentioned this earlier, the village plan. And it was to find out who we had, what their capabilities were, what their expertise were, where they wanted to be, and I did that. There was one person I found out that felt like they were being interviewed. I spoke to everybody. I asked everybody the same questions. Questions like, what's your education? What's your background? What's your experience? What do you think of your supervisor? What they think of their supervisor is important because I need to know if there's people in place to lead. I got a lot of different input. Fire alarm. Our system is now out of date. It's over, I think it's the original one, but I'm working with the fire department, and they came out and they helped us with the inspections. They helped us with the evaluations. Now I've also worked with the finance director to find funds to pay for it. So that's something we're going to take care of. That's the safety of this building and all the occupants of this building. That's what I've been doing. JEDs. I'm working with Evendale to continue the process. I sent a letter to Senator Blessing. Village of Lincoln Heights was actually mentioned on the floor. Do you realize how important that is? There's a lot of communities, I don't care what their projects are, they are not mentioned on the floor. So I sent them a thank you letter for mentioning the Village of Lincoln Heights on the Senate floor with the Senate bill they were proposing. Huge deal. Shooting range. I'm working with the city of Cincinnati. I'm in conversations with the city manager. Again, that's another big thing. It's not even in our community, but the city has reached out to me just to bring me to the table and to discuss what's going on. That's an honor because it's already been going on where they've included the Village of Lincoln Heights in the conversation, but it's continuing. Now we continue that conversation, and they are all about helping us. On-call, callback policy for Public Works. You know about that already. That was already presented. New signage for the village. You also know about that. No parking, speed limits, handicap parking at Village Hall. Law Committee requested sign inventory and TIS costs. I also went into. Grants. I've applied for health, planning, and ODOD grants. Now, remember, I come from a township background. I try to read as much as I can on the village charter, and I'm doing the best job I can. I applied. I took the initiative to apply to raise 3 blighted buildings. I took the initiative, and I'm being criticized because of my process. But I'm telling you, I'm doing the best I can. I'm literally trying to make improvements in this community every step I make. And I was criticized for not going in front of council, which I know, and now I'm going to do it. I was told once, and that's after I made the mistake. Okay, I changed how I do things. If I need to go in front of council for legislation to apply for a grant, well, guess what Harry Holbert's going to do? I'm going to go to council to apply for grants from now on. I had another grant that I applied for here that I didn't do that. So I assumed I could do that. Did I communicate with the mayor or vice mayor or Mr. Desai? I did not. That was my mistake. Was my intent 100% to help this community by getting rid of 3 of our blighted properties that we own, that were open, that had vagrants, that had all the copper and the ceilings were collapsed and all that? I did do that. I did go out. I did review the properties, and I did determine them to be blighted. Updated elected official insurance. So this was another big thing that I had to take on. We have so many insurance policies. It is ridiculous because of our sins of the past. That's nothing that I could look up. When we have our policies quoted, the first thing they ask is, are you going to have a fire department? Are you going to have a sheriff's department? The answer is no, because of all of our sins of the past that affect those ratings. We can't even get insurance because of what our past is. So the fact that we work with Hampton County Sheriff's Office, that's a great thing, because they're providing the services we need for our community. Memorial Field, we've already talked about that. Like I said, we've got a check from the insurance company we've already deposited for $66,932. Property maintenance inspector, like I said, I did post it on a website. I did put it on Facebook. It is Center for Local Government, but also just to be clear, when I came in, we didn't have that position. But as each council member pointed out to me, we needed a property maintenance inspector. So what did I do? I took our existing staff, I trained them, but that's not what you wanted. I didn't know that. I didn't get any direction from council to say you need to hire from council. You need to hire a property maintenance inspector. I had a lot of individuals telling me this, and remember what I said we would do. We would collectively come together at a council meeting and you would give me direction. Last thing that goes along with property maintenance inspector, you have to give them the right to appeal. It's my understanding that they are to appeal their property maintenance to the Board of Housing Appeals. We don't have a Board of Housing Appeals. So if we send out a violation, in which I did tell council about this, we've got a $20,000 software package that we bought at the beginning of the year. We never loaded our code in the software. So I could click on a partial, it would give me the address and the name, and then I could say, okay, they got tall grass and weeds. Guess what? I had nothing to select because it was emptied. Am I working towards trying to fix that? I am. But these files here, I've got another stack of these in my office that have just got identifiers on them of what we're currently working on. So if anybody could help me with, one, dereliction of duty. 2, failure to follow instructions of counsel and legal counsel. 3, lowering staff morale. And 4, unprofessional behavior. Now, if I may, let me point out something here that I did. So I asked Deepak, Mr. Desai, a couple times in regards to putting signage in front of council, because I wanted to make sure what we did was proper. He told me that the village manager can do that. You don't need to do that. So I asked him again, and I gave him some other parameters on what I wanted to expand on, and then he said, again, the village manager can do that. My whole point behind getting council involved is to try to make it stronger. And did I go about that the wrong way? Obviously. So the next direction, one of my council members, the chair, brought it up during law committee. And now guess what we're doing? We're going through that process. We're going to evaluate our signs, which is very important to make sure they're proper. 2, once we get things right, now we can have the sheriff's office enforce them. That's very important, because all that everybody has ever told me is the sheriff's department won't do this and the sheriff's department won't do that. Well, guess what? I've got a commitment from the sheriff's office that if we put up the proper signage, they will enforce. Again, a great relationship. The other thing that I had a business come to me and say, I got tractor trailers parking in front of my business. I want to expand, but they're parking in front of my parking lot. My employees can't get in, can't get out. So we sat down, we talked to the lieutenant, And he said, I need signs up. So now in working with our engineering group, we've got a temporary fix now. I went out and measured the road. The road's 18 foot wide, which allows for a tractor trailer to park and a car to go over the yellow line into the other lane. Now what we're going to do, we're going to put up some temporary type bollards and those type of things where they can no longer park there. Ultimately, what we'll do at some point is we will reduce the width of the road, and in working with the engineering group, we'll comply with the requirements of ODOT. And what that is leading up to is this. Our contract with our law director is with the firm. I, as the village manager, have the authority and I have the right to reach out to that firm if I'm not happy with their employee. And that's what he is. He's not a named partner, he's an employee. And as the village manager, I have that right. So I did that. And this is the response I got. So I reached out to a named partner, Todd Flegel, and I said, look, I'm unhappy with Deepak's performance. It wasn't an adversarial type conversation. It was a matter of fact. I said, I am contacting you as a named partner to make you aware. He embarrassed me in a public meeting. I'm not happy with his performance. So what he said is, what do you want me to do? He says, Deepak's not really like an employee. He works for the firm. And I'm like, again, as a named partner, I felt you should know what's going on. So here's Deepak's response to that. Dear Mr. Holbert, this course concerns your October 16th, 2023 telephone call to Todd J. Flegel of Flegel and Papakirk, LLC. Here's where he repeats what I said. You stated to Mr. Flegel that you were contacting him as a named partner of the firm for which the village law director solicitor works. You further stated to him that the village law director solicitor has shown a total lack of respect towards you. On October 17th, the mayor, vice mayor, and the village law director solicitor held a telephonic meeting to discuss your actions. The following was determined. 1, your actions were unprofessional and may result in disciplinary action. 2, you should immediately cease and desist from any further contact with Flegel and Papakirk, including its attorneys, paralegal, and staff, regarding any issues you have with the village law director solicitor. You should not contact third parties with discouraging remarks about council, village employees, and the village law director. You should not engage in such other activities that may result in a lawsuit against the village and you, such as defamatory or injury to business reputation. You should follow the legal advice of counsel and the village law director solicitor. You should not retaliate against the village law director. Thank you for your attention and anticipated compliance foregoing. So my response, your first statement is correct and accurate. My actions to address a named partner concerning the firm as well as the conduct of his employee was not unprofessional in any manner. It's actually how business is done. You're not happy with the service you receive, you complain to the boss. That's what I did, nothing more, nothing less. It may have upset you, but in no way was it unprofessional. And I continue to state that. In no way was it unprofessional. In regards to your listed items, you asked me out into the hallway to discuss my request when I asked you for help with a hostile work environment during executive session. You stated several things in the hallway and walking away from me when I was talking to you. That was unprofessional. So when everybody was in executive session, I can't go into detail about it, but there was a lot of yelling and screaming between council members. So I went to our law director for help, and I said, Deepak, you need to help with this. You need to handle this. That shouldn't happen. We have to collectively work together for this community. And when we have an issue, we got to resolve it, right? And then we move on. But we're all here for the betterment of this community. And here's what I said. It's easy to do since I'm the new village manager and you have been here since 2008. I listened to you, but I was not shown the same courtesy. Not following the directive from the village manager regarding a legal notice to a council person, also recommended by the state auditor's office, also unprofessional. And then in regards to the other things where he said, you shall not do this, you shall not do that, I basically just said, that's not my style, also not my style. And then in regards to listening to council and so on, I said, I have, except for listening to council members on emails, I BCC them. That's based off of experience. That's based off of a law director and other law directors that I've worked with 15 years before coming here. They never sent an email to the group as a whole because they were afraid of having a public meeting. Now, is there some concerns now about private meetings or whatever if you do that? I'm not sure. I'm not an attorney. So basically all I do is I include the mayor, the vice mayor, and then anybody else, I BCC them so that if they reply, it's not an issue. So again, his reply to that, I'm not going to go into it, but it just addresses, he's not going to address my comments. Basically, he just says this is for the initial correspondence to let you know that your actions were unprofessional. Now, shortly after that, I received an email about this, about the intent to remove the village manager. Again, I'm just looking for help with dereliction of duty, failure to follow instructions of counsel and legal counsel, lowering staff morale, and unprofessional behavior. It seems like all these things really have to do with our vendor. And that's what our law director is. That firm, they're a vendor. So can anybody provide me with what I've done? Because I really don't know. I'm looking to council to give me some direction here because obviously I appealed this because I don't know what I've done wrong.
I can start
Hold on, wait a minute.
with that.
I'm still over the meeting, if that's all right. So we're going to go around the table. Council members, if you have anything to say, Councilman Daniels will start and then go around.
Didn't know that'd be that's fine. I didn't know that'd be the process, but that's cool because I had a couple things. So is it that just kind of just go over our concerns or just all of our notes in general? Just want to make sure.
Whatever you want to do. Well,
Wow.
bring it back.
Yo, I want to go down.
Comments. Comments or questions?
No, okay, no, in all seriousness, as you mentioned, Mr. Hobart, successes for sure. There are some good things, but there's been some bad things as well. So my first question would be, because I didn't hear your response. Let me ask you this first, Mr. Hobart. Just as a leader, how would you describe your leadership style? You don't have to go into a big soliloquy. Just kind of,
Sure.
Just how would you describe your leadership style?
I'm a working manager, so some people you have to train and it's a visual thing. So they need to see you do it before they understand how to do it. And I've always been a visual person, and when I've been taught things, visual works the best for me. So, for example, pouring concrete.
Yeah.
I showed our public works guys how to do this and how to prep, and some of them, I think they caught on pretty quick, and it was awesome because it's something that's going to save us money.
Yeah. So, like I said, as a coach almost, so you like to see yourself as, let me show you my way. Like, let me show you that I can get my hands dirty, get involved in it, and then the rest of the staff, almost leading by example, would kind of be your leadership style. Is that fair to say, leading by example?
That's fair to say, and I have been a coach.
That's cool. Just kind of makes my piece a little bit easier. So, in the leading by example part, and as you said, if you have been a coach, whether or not I've been a coach too, whether or not we feel like we're coaching the correct way, if my players come to me and say, "Hey, coach, you know, the way that you're communicating is not proper," and you're not just hearing that from one vendor. Well, and I don't think that's why we're here, just for one vendor. Now that might, you know, but one of the complaints was staff morale.
Sure.
So my first question would be, what would be your response to that? As somebody, as you said, you like to lead by example. If the morale of your staff, if the morale of your team seems to be at a place that you don't want it to be, what's your response to that? Because that's the only piece I haven't heard kind of starting off on that.
And I appreciate that. That's of utmost importance to me. That was the reason why I sat down with every employee to find out what they could do, what their talents were, how I can help them excel. And that's what a coach does, right? A coach is going to spend more time on the player that doesn't understand how to hold the ball or hold the stick or whatever, and spend more time with them and hopefully bring them up to where now they can excel.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. So
that's what I try to do.
Yeah, so as you said before, was that meeting before the complaint or after? What you said, after you got the piece of paper and that, as you know, a referendum that's saying, hey, maybe my style is not working the right way. Did those same type of communications to reach out to your staff member take place after you got the referendum that kind of said, hey, things aren't working? Did you reach back out to the staff in these past few days and once again and get a sense of, hey, what's the issue? Did you talk to anybody and just in that staff?
I haven't, because I felt it was improper.
I got you. No, and I can totally understand. I was just curious if that was a piece of it. The second piece, just in that same kind of realm, staff members, community members, you know, they'll talk to us, and then there's one specifically that I just kind of got to get and make sure that we are on the same page about, especially when it comes to process. So, and this one's might be a little bit difficult, so please, Mr. Deaton, to decide, or anybody, just cut me up if I'm going in the wrong direction. But there was a complaint that came to me, and I did forward it to Mr. Desai and things of that nature, that one of our staff members may have been involved in inappropriate conduct that dealt with the phone. Okay. This conduct was told to me that was brought to you in a written form, in a due process written form. Are you, I guess, does this situation of a due process written form dealing with a cell phone specifically, are you aware of this situation, the scenario that I'm speaking of?
I am, and there's a lot of dynamics on employee discipline, and that is through the village manager. And the specific employee, there were multiple write-ups, and they were all minor. And it was, didn't clean that, or didn't clean this, or didn't do that, and it was all minor stuff. This one was actually a major one, but I didn't receive the write-up. I received he brought in a cell phone where there was another employee that recorded the conversation with this other employee. He also said there was photographs. I never received that, but I did request it. I did request for a copy of the video. I did request for a copy of the photographs. The person, or let's just say the department head, was gone Thursday. He's also gone today. He didn't cite, somebody else sent me the email today regarding health concerns of this person and that they wouldn't be in today. So I said, if you're not there, please have somebody in your department bring me the information. No response. So I sent I sent a text to another employee to say, hey, do you have that recording still? Because it was on his phone. And we went back and forth with regards to he doesn't have it, he can't find it. I asked him if he erased it. He said, no, I don't know where it's at. We may need to check with the other phone. So then I said, can you get me the other phone? No, I can't find it.
And just so I want to make sure I'm clear, because I don't want to go into too much of the,
Sure.
speculation at that point. So very clear then, just a yes or no question.
Okay.
And then I can move on. Do you have a cell phone that you confiscated from an employee with the suggestion of inappropriate conduct?
No,
You have not confiscated the phone?
no, sir.
All right, I'm good for now.
Okay. Councilwoman Jeter?
Yes, my question is about the contract. You said that you have not signed off on that. My thing about agreements is that council did pass to say that we wanted you to come on board as a manager, but in my opinion, I don't think it was completed because you have not signed the contract. The council called you manager, I call you interim, because you have not signed the contract. So can you explain, you've been here, you said 4 months, why that hasn't been done? That's one question.
I cannot.
Where's the problem? Where's the disconnect there?
So, in my opinion, and that's exactly what this is, it's my opinion, there was some conflicts between the charter and the handbook. We came up with the charter rules. My contract actually allows for a variation if the charter should change. So it doesn't matter what the language really says in my contract because it gives the flexibility for it to change. I don't get paid out sick time anyway, and that's what this discussion is all about. Now, I don't recall if it was the last council meeting or the one before that, but I suggested 2,000 hours. And the reason for that is the transfer of somebody from the outside coming into the township. I pulled 2,000 hours just so that we wouldn't have to deal with this part in our contracts again. I've been told that it doesn't matter because at this level, it's all contract anyway, so it doesn't matter what's in our charter.
Do you remember when I asked you where you got the numbers from and you talked about pulling them out the air? Do you remember that piece?
Yeah.
Because I did ask you, where did you get that from, since yours was 13 plus hours or whatever the number?
Yep.
And how did you come up with the 2,000? It
So-
would have been a better answer just to say that it was closer to me, which wasn't, but that's the answer that you gave me. So we're gonna go the rest of the year without you signing the contract, which means that we have agreed to you, but you have not agreed to us. Your signature is nowhere, because as you correct me, you're not on the bank account?
Correct, I am not. I can't be.
And the reason for that is what? Because
Because-
you haven't signed the contract.
Yeah, because the contract hasn't been given to me with the updates that would resolve the issues between the charter and the handbook.
So where is that update gonna come from? Because again, I say that we had, the council agreed
Yeah.
to bring you on board, and I was very happy about that because of the area that I thought you could help the community, and it hasn't happened. But we said, yeah, you have not said yes yet because you haven't signed off. And again, I say, strictly in my opinion, if you have not signed off of it, it's a one-way street. It's not a two-way street. I need your signature on a contract. So right now, I consider you as an interim person. Moving away from the contract because you are new. You have a former mayor that is now in the finance department that could have helped you understand when we need to do legislation and who you need to talk to. And I've sat here and said, have you talked to the previous manager? Do you talk to the two former mayors? One finance, one council? You need help when you come into any new position. You need help. And to me, you just wasn't willing to reach out for that help. The mayor invited me to a Zoom meeting, which would not have had any conflict about the Sunshine Law, about the village, the building, the high school building, which I am the only sitting council member here who went to school there. To just come to a committee, mini meeting, to a Zoom meeting, and you told me no. That we only needed one spokesperson, and that would be the mayor. You'll see me work out there. I come from a construction family where my father built the floor in GE before it became GE. He did lay all that. He and his crew laid that concrete cement over there. As I looked at your sidewalks that were put in, they looked a little unlevel. I'm not sure because I can't walk that well. It's hard to talk, and today is my first day of really saying this much. So I asked some other people, would you look over there and see that I am wrong? Because it looks like it's a little unlevel. You have to understand the culture of this village, of this small village, and how we communicate within the village. We're going to have people that are going to come to us. I was told we couldn't talk to the workers. And I also pulled the person on in front of you so you could tell me I couldn't say anything to him. It had to do with National Night Out. Well, we didn't have enough tables. My thing. And let me say something about National Night Out. You had two people that had no experience in doing that. When you had people right here, including the committee, that could have helped with that, so you wouldn't have had the hardship. But you and the sheriff decided to start this, and then I came into it and brought Ms. Peterson on because she's here, and the mayor, so that we could get this thing done. You didn't know what a program was. As Ms. Peterson is here, she can give you the program, the follow. You make all the changes you want to. Started out different there. Yeah. Back to the gentleman that I wanted to talk to about tables that I had at my house that they could come and pick up and bring back when it was over. But I was told I couldn't talk to him. Okay? I've also been told I couldn't talk to Depot, that I shouldn't talk to Depot, that you should have a spokesperson to do that. Other folks have broken those air rules. And there's some things that have been done down here that you're not aware of. You tend to tell the village We don't know nothing. Those are not the words that come out your mouth, but they are your actions. Because you say that we don't have things in place down here. We do. You just can't find them. And I've said that to you in the years I've been down here, which is the 10th year. Things have been done. Signs, we talked about signs and safety when they changed the state rule on the signs where that you had to see yourself. They had to be fluorescent. So there are some things that have already been done, but you always make it as if we don't do anything or we don't know anything. I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Ms. Baber.
Mr. Hobart, you yourself just said that we were in executive session. We were in executive session talking about something else, and you were out in the hallway. You were invited into executive session for what was going on in the executive session. No one should have left executive session to have another meeting. Y'all should have remained in executive session. So because of that, y'all missed vital information that was going on in executive session. You know, people get accused of doing things for the residents. They set out to do things for the residents and get accused of doing wrongdoing. That's wrong. Had you stayed in the meeting and listened to all the information, you might have figured out that there was nothing illegal done, that everything was done for the residents. You know, I asked you during Lincoln Heights Day to do something for the residents. You couldn't make it happen. And then when I made it happen, it became a problem. You said you couldn't make it happen, but I put forth effort to make it happen. You told the people that they could not talk to me during Lincoln Heights Day. The staff, they were not allowed to listen to anything I said. And this is after you asked me everything I wanted done. You wrote it down and then took it upon yourself to make it like it was you that was doing it and didn't care nothing about me. After I put in hours of work to make it happen. And I got treated like I was nothing, like I didn't exist, like I knew nothing. I did not appreciate you treating me in that manner. Bottom line. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Key.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I believe it is prudent for us to investigate matters that come before us in this situation. And I'm looking at the resolution for intent to remove the village manager that I did not vote for. I voted no on, because when I asked for specific details about the issues of the allegations, we were not given that information. When I asked, have we spoken to anyone else, any other staff, about low morale, or what was the unprofessional behavior? What were the instructions of council that he failed to follow? And what was the dereliction of duty? I also asked, who's bringing these charges or these concerns before council? Never received an answer to those things. Still have not received an answer. Still have not heard from any staff members. This council has not. However, there has been investigations done, to my knowledge, by our solicitor concerning these items. Some of that information has been shared. But we have not been able to ask questions to individuals for whatever the reasons are. There seems to be a lot of behind-the-scenes conversation with members of this body concerning this issue. And it seems to get very contentious when I ask a question or when I point out something that appears to be in conflict with what was said, what was done, what the charter says, what the code says, what we should be doing, how we should be doing business, what we should do. And so I'm very disheartened to even be at this point right now, even having these discussions. I've been told that there are members of the staff who are communicating with members of council regarding some of these issues. That's a problem for me. Members of council get called from the solicitor about whether or not they're coming to meetings or what have you. I've not gotten a call. That's an issue for me because this feels like retaliation towards our current village manager. And I took it upon myself to do some investigation myself, speaking with the previous village manager and speaking with individuals who knew firsthand with the village manager before. And I started to see a common theme. I started to hear common language being made about previous village managers. And I'm concerned. When we got to the point where we were looking for a current village manager, we talked about the things that council needs to do within ourselves. We haven't done those things. We talked about the need to clean up policies and procedures, processes. We talked about those things. Then I start hearing comments like this: Mr. Hobart is doing too much. What does that mean? Is he working or is he not? He's doing too much because he's asking too many questions. Then I started to feel the same kickback when I start asking questions. Well, what does this mean and what does this mean and how are they different? We did it this way last time, we're doing it this way this time. What's the difference? What changed? I have a real problem with the way in which this whole situation came to us. When I asked who's bringing forth these charges, I still have not received from anybody here at this table who brought forth dereliction of duty, who brought forth failure to follow instructions of counsel and legal counsel, who brought forth lowering staff morale, who brought forth unprofessional behavior. Where are they coming from? I have an issue that it appears as if information is being gathered to fulfill a story. And I applaud you, Mr. Hobart, for taking it on the chin, because most of our village managers that I'm familiar with, that I'm aware of, when they start getting that heat, from what I know, they say, probably shouldn't come back. And it's interesting because you were on vacation when this came out. That typically happens. You're not in the building when these things come up from some of our previous village managers. So we have to look at, and I started to look at, what's the common theme? What is the common work that's happening here? When we ask questions and we get a muddied answer or a legalese answer, I know that there's an issue. I've been receiving a lot of legalese answers. Been accused of some things that I did not do, which will be addressed. And it is our responsibility to make sure that we're using taxpayers' dollars properly. And so when we bring up questions about our law solicitor, it becomes an issue. We brought up questions about the contract, it started to become an issue. Brought up questions about the billing, started to become an issue. I'm starting to see a common theme that I don't like, and I've not gotten any clarity on it to help me see it in a different way. I've had several conversations with several people over my span of time being here, being in the community, and they go back and forth, but there's some common themes. And when we go to root out things like people say to me as an elected official, I'm an elected official, people elect us around this table, well, not the clerk and not Mr. Desai and not Mr. Holbert, but the elected officials. We do hear from people. And guess what we hear? We hear things like this. They're stealing from the village. There's corruption in the village. So what do we have to do? I always say, no, there's processes in place, there's things in place, you know, I haven't seen it. I'm starting to see some common themes that I don't like, and they don't look good. They don't look good. We've had a revolving door at that village manager's position. I've been accused of liking, Mr. Holbert, I've been accused of liking you too much. I don't even know you, except for when we're here at the meetings. I've been accused of not liking Mr. Desai, which is why I have problems with, I don't have a problem with Mr. Desai personally. I just have a problem with the things that I see. It's my responsibility to bring those up. It's my responsibility to have those conversations and get clarity. It's our responsibility. It's all of our responsibility. It's our responsibility to know when we're voting on dereliction of duty, where was he derelict in his duty? Where did he not follow counsel's instruction, legal counsel's instructions? How did he lower staff morale? Have we even spoken to any member of the staff? No, but Mr. Desai has. What's the unprofessional behavior? And it's interesting because I typically don't have these type of interactions. I typically like to keep it internally. Have a conversation with the mayor because she's the head of council. Multiple conversations with the mayor. Then it became emails with the mayor. And it's interesting because the emails start changing a little bit. The responses started changing. So I began to think, oh, she's getting counsel from our solicitor, which is fine. She's able to do that. But it's interesting conversations that you have and how they change over time. And as a community, if we don't root out what our real issues are, we'll never keep anybody in that seat. We talked about this. We talked about this. Have we given that position, the current position, a fair chance? Or are we going off of how we want to do things, but it really doesn't align with the charter? But this is how we want to do things. This is how it would be nice if we did it this way, or this is how we used to do it. This is how the former village manager used to do it. But there's nothing in the charter that says that's what that person has to do. That's what that position has to do. And if we don't like the charter, we change the charter. Oh, but wait, in order to change the charter, we got to take it to the people to vote. We don't like doing that. Instead, we'll try to manipulate some rules over here and try to have short memories on how we use those rules based on the situation. Council, we're walking down a slippery slope. I've seen a lot of things over the last 3 weeks that is very slippery. Mr. Holbert, have you heard from and I'll say the mayor because she sponsored the legislation, concerning how you were derelict of your duty, how did you fail to follow instructions by counsel and legal counsel, how did you lower staff morale, where was the staff morale? You have staff, you have multiple departments, and where your unprofessional behavior was. Have you heard from anybody that explanation? I believe we received an email today. I don't have it in front of me. I was trying to read it coming back from Columbus, from somebody that you had represented you that asked the exact same questions. And it was interesting, the response that our solicitor gave. Very interesting. I just want to know, where are the charges? I mean, where is the information? Do we depend on our solicitor to do the investigations for us? He's not an elected official. Is it his responsibility to do these investigations on his own or on behest of the mayor? Does she have that authority to allow him to investigate these things? I challenge that. I challenge that. Because we don't have a strong mayor form of government. We do not. We have a council manager form of government. And everybody around this table has the exact same authority. The mayor is the representative head with ceremonial duties and ceremonial authorities. You do not have autonomy to make decisions without counsel. And I'm concerned that we have done a lot of that lately. And now I'll say it in public. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stinson. I have nothing to say. Okay. Councilwoman Mitchell. We can't hear you.
You have to speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Mr. Hobart, I have been in your shoes. And the process that we are using is the process that was used with me. You can go back to September 1996 and read how long it took, okay? And so there's nothing, if you want to talk about a precedent or the process, basically the same process. I want to say that. But you and I have had conversations, and, you know, I told you I liked you, and I told you, like, oh, yeah, we were very impressed with the code enforcement background that you had. But we didn't see that. I didn't see that. And it has been said around the table a couple of times, code enforcement, code enforcement, code enforcement. So it came to this point for you to act on that. And there were several of us who thought that it should have been acted on before. One of the things that concerned me, I think Ms. Jeter hit on it, and I told you, you can't come and act like we don't know anything. That the explanations, you talk as if, like the day that you explained the difference between consolidating a lot and splitting a lot. I mean, you took it down to the elementary level like we wouldn't understand it. I was offended by that. But, you know, I talked to you about that. When we talk about, I guess it was dereliction of duty, we are your supervisor, and I recall sending you a couple of emails, and I went back and I said to you after a council meeting one day, Mr. Hobart, when we send an email, you can't take 7 days to respond. And then when you, I don't know how you respond to anybody else, but when you respond to me, you give me one-liners, which means I've got to play 64,000 questions. Well, what's this? Why this? When? So I didn't appreciate that. And, you know, as I look over your list, some of the things, you know, that you have on here, one of them about the evaluation of staff. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, but the charter does say that the manager is to evaluate the staff, and like after 120 days or something after they've been there. But I was told that you, I guess in one of your things, you pulled in, I guess, the mayor's staff. Now, the charter may not be so specific, but we know that that charter cannot cover everything. Cannot. But it does make sense to say that if the mayor hires the clerk of council and the clerk of council serves as a secretary to the mayor and supports council, you really don't have anything to do with her or the clerk of courts. And so if you were asking them about their supervisor, and you stated tonight that you want to see if it was the right people, you don't have anything to do with how the mayor might be supervising at all. So I'm not sure. I don't understand where that was coming from, but you talked about the 4 events. Now, we've been doing these 4 events for Lincoln Heights Day for 70 years. And the Shakespeare event was already in play when you came. I appreciate the help, but to state that you stated as if this is what you did. And as the manager, you and your staff are supposed, to assist. Then, when we talked about this, I've been very honest and open with you. You brought up the fact about the credit card policy. We had a credit card policy. The auditors are not going to let us get away with not having a credit card policy. And attached to the ordinance that talks about that is all the information about the credit card policy. And it was okay, for you to amend it. No problem with that. But again, I'm offended when you say we don't have it. I didn't find it, and then I walked in your office and said, hey, look, there's the retention book. And so you and I had the conversation. Hey, if you need to know something, just ask me. I've been down here 25 years, and it bothered me to have to tell you that a couple of times, Mr. Holbert. You don't have to explain that to me. I know this, but this is where we are. You talk about the grants. I asked you when I brought to council about writing one of the grants for We Thrive. You said you don't do grants. Oh, yeah. Village manager is supposed to do grants. Now, you may not have wanted to do it. I'm glad you did it, all right? Because it was an opportunity for us that I'm glad the council said, yes, we want to authorize you to do that. But one of those grants you did not do the way I saw it, willingly. You didn't do it willingly. We did have that opportunity to be a part of the port's demolition program. But we all worked very, very hard on that and looked at it. And I said to you, Mr. Holbert, instead of teaching those guys how to pour concrete, you should have been getting that done because we were down to the wire. And whereas it's fine to teach them to do that, but there could have been some other things you could have been doing and perhaps get somebody to show them how to do that. You talked about training them to be code enforcers. I'm sorry, but you changed the name to property maintenance. But they are public service workers, and that would be stretching what their job responsibilities were. And while you are training public service workers to be code enforcers or property maintenance inspectors, there could be some other things that you could have been doing. I think that you speak very well, and you mentioned a lot of things tonight that says what you were doing, and of course a lot of them are things that's already in place. Your contract is not signed, and you said it had something to do with the 2,000 hours that was suggested in the legislation. Council voted to make it 1,500, but you got yours. You came in with 1,350, something like that. You got your hours, and it was explained that any other employee, future employee that would come in, they had up to 1,500 hours, they would get it. But if a manager, because it's a contract, and you're different from the staff employee, that should not be a reason why you haven't signed the contract. And we sat here one night and we went over and over about how do you get bonded? How do you get bonded? And I quite frankly didn't believe Councilwoman Charles Jeter when she said the contract's not signed. I said, what do you mean the contract's not signed? So I don't understand why that contract is not signed. It's almost as if, is it holding something over our head? But you got the hours and you got your salary that you wanted. So we've been fair, but for you not to sign the contract says what is it? Are you trying to be the manager to see how well it goes before you sign it? I don't understand that. And we passed legislation for you to be a signer on the bank account, but you do have to go down there. You can't just, we pass legislation and you don't go down and put your name down. I don't understand that. We talked about how do we bond you. I have the list of everybody that's bonded, but our manager is not bonded. What does that say? What does that say? I'm with Mr. Daniels. There's no doubt that we have had some successes, but some successes just automatically come. You know, it's just like grants. You know, grants come and go, and if you can get them, fine. But it's as if I feel like we're pulling teeth to say, Mr. Holbert, this is what we like. Now, we sit around the table and we give our individual, we're still a council. And I understand what you're saying about collectively, but collectively, we may have to pass legislation, but individually, we all have our pet projects. And if we come to you and say, hey, this is what I'd like to see happen, you can take it and you can bring it. I mean, we all probably know what we all want to see. And when I asked for a report in August as chair of the Finance Committee, I'm chair of the Finance Committee, and just because we don't meet in August doesn't mean I don't get a report. And I understand you probably didn't understand that each committee person or each chair may ask for different information at different times depending on what they're doing, but that's not something that is consistent. Everybody doesn't ask for the same information. Some people may not ask for information, but I ask for information. I ask for information. And I told you when we talked on the phone, when you called, Mr. Hobart, you're going to have to humble yourself at some point, because it feels as if we haven't been doing anything, but we've been here 75 years, 76, going on 77 years. So there's always going to be something that somebody doesn't do or the mistakes are made. You talked about the Board of Housing Appeals. And everybody around this table knows, especially the mayor. I talk about those boards and commissions, and I talk about their retention schedule. But if our residents don't come forward to be on these boards and commissions, there's nothing that we can do. And the charter does not talk about the Board of Housing Appeals to be available for property maintenance issues. Now, maybe it should. And if you are aware of that, then that's something that you can say, hey, perhaps we need to amend this. But that's not how I see you coming to us. You haven't done this, you haven't done this, you haven't done this, you haven't done this. So, and I appreciate that you put out an email that you were asking, where can I find this, in a way that's better. But I've always said to you, Mr. Hobart, you don't have to wait till your report time to let us know some information, right? I mean, something come up, let us know. Let us know, especially when we bring to you an issue that somebody brings to us. I mean, that comment that you made with, oh, well, council doesn't need to know that. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. We don't have to know every little bitty thing, but what we bring to you, especially from a resident, then we want to know. Like, let us know so we can go back and report to that resident, hey, yeah, this is what's going on. So I think that if you have sat down with everybody, and maybe you've compiled a list, hopefully, of everything that we said in our individual meetings. We had a good time riding through the village. I love taking people around and showing them, right? But when the demolition project came up and we didn't know about it, it was the last minute, like, what is this? What is this? And they were the properties. There were some properties that I showed you. But if we don't get the information, if we don't know ahead of time, that makes it very difficult. It's just like the sometimes we want to take credit for things that that we didn't start. And I think that that happens with you sometimes. Now, we know that we can start something and it'll come to fruition under somebody else's term or their tenure, and that's okay. But I think that how you speak to us bothers me. I don't like that I get one-liners like, Mr. Hobart, did you do so-and-so? No, I didn't. Oh, okay, but for all intents and purposes, I'm your boss. And I felt like, oh, you just gonna tell me no, and you're not gonna tell me why you did not do so-and-so and so-and-so? So I have to walk away and not understand. So, got a lot more I could say, but I'll stop there.
Okay, so I'm not gonna be as long. I'm just gonna give some information out. So when it comes to me reaching out to the solicitor, yes, I am going to reach out to solicitor because no one around this table is a lawyer. I'm not one, and no one else is. So that's why we use our solicitor. And yes, I know we may not agree with the solicitor at times, but at the end of the day, I'm going to contact the solicitor because that's what you do to make sure we don't get sued or we make the right decisions when it comes to doing the business of the village. Mr. Hobart, what I'm going to speak about is there's been times when I come to office, you know, I used to come on a regular basis, twice a week, 3 times a week, just to see how you're doing, letting you know, because he did share with me that he was going to meet, he said, Mayor, I think I'm going to meet with every council member. I said, yeah, go ahead and do that. When we get done, then me and you can meet and talk, and I'll take you to some different people that I know, because that's what I normally do. Anytime we've had a village manager, I've taken them out to outside of Lincoln Heights to network, because that's what I do. When we were in between village managers, myself and our former interim village manager, we spent a lot of time with Hamilton County Planning and Development because she was new, and we wanted to make sure that we made sure grant opportunities would happen for Lincoln Heights. But what my concern is, when, I don't go ask people what you're doing, they come to me. So when I get an email saying that I see a chain of emails asking about demolition of some houses, I felt like, well, as much as I come and see you would have mentioned that you wanted to demo some property. Your response back is you wanted to find out, wait till you got awarded these properties. But I could have shared with you about the legislation part. When it comes to demoing property, council would have been able to say, hey, we've had someone interested to purchase property once it comes out of moratorium, whether or not we sold it to that individual or not. But it was some properties that still have been able to be completed and renovated. But it was very upsetting for me that, yes, it happened before while you were gone because they couldn't contact you. And so that's what individuals and our partners do. When they cannot reach the village manager, the next person they're going to reach out to is going to be the mayor. And I try to do my best to make sure whatever opportunity that the village is afforded to, if it falls through the cracks, I work really hard to try to make it happen, try to share with all the council members on what we need to do. So we had to play catch up when I got an email saying, hey, we've been waiting from Mr. Hobart to let us know if the Lincoln Heights, with the port, if Lincoln Heights wants to participate at this particular time. And it was like over almost 2 months when I knew that port was here in August. I find out in October, like a week before it's due, October 25th. So yes, I had to go ahead and try to make provisions for council. Had to contact the the village solicitor to try to get the legislation for these houses. Whether or not they were gonna pick these houses or not, that was gonna happen at the meeting, but I had to go ahead and do that because we were looking at a lot of money that they had rolled out to demo, and to find out that they had been, they've been our the Port Authority has been our partners forever, before I even was down here, and to find out that they were just ignored, and, we almost missed the opportunity. So, council, we did what we had to do. We had to have a special meeting, and Ms. Mitchell, there was a property that she didn't want included, and so we took that off, and then we came back and had another discussion. And yes, you did come back and add something, but we had to have support for more time, which they normally wouldn't have. And I had a problem with that. But the other problem for me also is, even after we made a motion to remove, I get another call from CT Consultants, our engineers. Once again, they sent me the rates for next year, 2024, and I had not seen anything or discussions about CT Consulting in any emails. So I reached out to them, and they, I responded back and say, hey, let me call you, and because I had never got this particular information from them. So I'm like, what is this? And so I reached out to them, and they tell me, well, we've been trying to reach your village manager. We were told by your finance director that he's new and that he will follow up with us. Well, they called back, and they still didn't hear from you because they were waiting and waiting. And the reason why is because they had to get on Shoemart in order to do a water main. And so once again, we had to do catch up. We had to go ahead and have an informational session. And so they said, well, what we normally do, Mayor, is we come to the municipality and we do informational session for all those residents that those streets are going to affect them coming in and out of their houses and being inconvenienced. So we had to rush and get that done. Well, I sent an email so you would know what we did, so you would know, like, okay, Mayor, she's taking care of it. I never got a response back saying, thank you, Mayor, I got it now, or any of that. And so when I sent the email, I was letting you know, hey, we got an informational session. The residents are gonna come. We're gonna get some flyers out. I sent it to all the council so they would be aware that this is something that we needed to do for those residents, because we did not want the residents to open up their door and see all these construction people on their street and then the village not even inform them about it. So we had to play catch up to get it done. But the sad part about it for me is, I sent you an email letting you know what I needed, and then you said, well, I'm not gonna be there. And then I respond like, okay, Mr. Hobart, if you're not gonna be there for the informational session, can you send your finance director, public works, because I wanted them to be able to come back, and my email says for them, they could be able to come back and give you information on what the engineer said. I didn't get a response back to that. So the next day, when we were like that Wednesday, I'm gonna go back to my clerk. So when I didn't get a response back about the flyers, and I knew that the administrative assistant was out, I reached out to my clerk, had her type up both. I actually reached to both clerks, but one of them didn't come out. I asked them to both print 100 flyers because we needed to get the word out. So when the other clerk did not come in, Ms. Randolph, she went ahead and printed 215 copies, did it on a Tuesday. I told her to wrap it up and put the email, whatever, on the outside, and she placed it at 7:30 at night on your door that Tuesday. For Wednesday, for the service department to get out there, and then she accompanied with an email, and I sent one saying, hey, we left these flyers. Well, I find out, and then I see an email at 2:30, 2:35 Wednesday saying that, the service department was going to put it out. But I later find out that they didn't even put it out. They wound up getting the flyers when they went home. And so the residents didn't get the flyers at their house till Thursday, which means we had a low turnout, even though we did the robocalls, but because, and it was a beautiful day, the day that they were gonna put them out, it was a beautiful day, but because they didn't get them out, I was calling people, the vice mayor was calling people that live on that street, trying to get them to come. In the end, we only had two residents show up. And so we asked the engineer, and each time I would talk to the engineers, I would ask them, well, has Mr. Holbert contacted you? Their answer was no. So that was another embarrassment on the village with our partners trying to get information out to us and no response back. And I had to piggyback up to try to get the word out to them so they wouldn't be mad with the village of doing something and not telling them. So I had a problem with that. And at the essence of time, I don't have anything else to say. But I do what I do, whether or not, I know how to agree or disagree, but I'm definitely ain't doing nothing shady around this table. So, we're at the close of the public hearing, but
Mayor?
before we do that, I want to ask.
Mayor, can I respond?
I would rather because we don't want to be here, Mr. Holbert, we want to go ahead and let your solicitor, your lawyer, I'm sorry, have whatever he wants to say, because we do have an agenda we have to get through.
Mayor, my only challenge with that is I've got information that addresses your notifications regarding the port and also CT consultants that I've printed out for council's consideration.
Either you can let him speak or we're gonna close.
So then I can't
No,
present
because
these?
I've been waiting for you to give me information on everything that I mentioned, and you wouldn't even respond to me.
So, Madam Mayor, this is a public hearing, and he can't respond to the things that was said around the table?
He gave his manager comments, and we're on the agenda, and we let the council each speak on their statements and
Right,
questions.
there was things that was said, and he said that he has something to respond to the things that was said. We're here.
And his lawyer's here too that wants to speak.
Well, the lawyer can't speak to things regarding the port and my
Well, Mr. Holbert, my
emails.
question is you coming now you're coming after we presented this to you, but you could have mentioned about the port and CT consultants. You haven't even bothered to call the engineers since they even came.
And I can prove that I did, is what I'm wanting to do.
I'm letting you know what they told me when they came, and when I constantly called them before they came, they were waiting, and then you sent them an email the day that they were coming, saying, I'm sorry, well, the day before, I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss the meeting. That's all they got from you.
Well, I politely disagree. I've got emails
We're gonna move
that I
on.
provided to them, or that I can provide to council.
We're gonna move on. It's up to him whether or not he wants to speak.
Well, I would submit, is this on? Yep. I would submit to council that your
Yes,
agenda
say
says,
Sir,
yes.
can you please
Yes,
state your
identify
name?
myself. Yes. My
Because
name
I'm
is-
recording.
My name is Nero
Thank you.
Wijesuriya. I am an attorney. I represent Mr. Holbert. And Ms. Key mentioned that you received an email today, and that was from me as Mr. Holbert's attorney. And as Ms. Key pointed out, I had the same questions. What are these things that are being alleged against him? And we hear today all these individual things that he's being told about that have never been presented to him by council in a session. So he's been here 4 months. 4 months, that's all he's been here. And you have a series of vague charges that you're moving to terminate him on that only today is he finding out the particulars of. And then he's not been given the opportunity to respond. So your agenda says council's questions and comments. You've asked questions, you're not letting him answer the questions. You've made comments, he's not been given an opportunity to respond to your comments. He came out here and he was giving a response to allegations that he didn't even know what they were. And then when he finds out, he doesn't have an opportunity to respond. When I sent the email out today, I actually requested additional time so we could look into these things, so we could get particulars, we could provide you better response. Instead, what you have chosen to do today is have him come in here without any forewarning or any notice of exactly what he's charged with, and then you ask him to respond off the cuff, and then when he tries to respond, you don't even allow him to do that. So I would submit to you that, one, you should perhaps take more time and consider this now that you've actually given him something. I would also submit to you that you have not provided details on these 4 charges that you brought against him. The dereliction of duty, we don't know what that is yet. We still don't know. Failure to follow instructions of counsel and legal counsel. We still don't know which directions he failed to follow. No one has said. Lowering of staff morale, we don't know what staff. We don't know how many staff. It could be 1. It could be several. Unprofessional behavior, again, we don't know what it is. I mean, we have this, him responding to what he thinks it was, which is Mr. Desai's interaction with him, but we don't know. So I would submit to council that you take more time with this, give him an opportunity to respond, and then make your decision. Thank you.
Okay. All right, this is the close of the public hearing. We're going to go straight into the agenda. Under old business, we don't have anything listed. Is there any old business? Okay, then we'll go motion to the supplemental agenda.
I just want to make sure.
13.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, not that I'm disagreeing that we move on or anything of that nature. I just want to make sure we're following proper protocol on, we don't have to motion like to adjourn that meeting or anything of that nature. Okay, all right.
Motion in order for resolution of 2023 R45.
Motion to defer to the next council meeting.
Roll call, Ms. Motion.
Okay.
Roll call, Ms. Randolph.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
Yes.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
No.
Could you repeat that again?
No.
Okay. Councilman Durant Daniels.
Just for clarification, this is a motion to
Defer.
defer this to the next meeting. Yes.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Yes.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell.
No.
I can't hear.
She said no.
No? Okay, I apologize, I just can't hear. Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson.
Yes.
Mayor Ruby Kenzie Mumfree.
No.
We have 4 aye votes and 3 nay. The motion does pass to defer to the next council meeting.
4 and 3.
Question.
It doesn't? 1, 2, 3, 4. Councilwoman Phyllis Baber said aye. Councilman Durant Daniels said aye. Councilwoman Tanya Key said aye. Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson said aye. The nay votes, Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter said nay.
Yeah, pass.
I'm sorry.
It passed.
Okay,
You got
that's
4.
what I said.
Mhm.
Okay,
4.
Okay.
so it
All
does
right.
pass, that's what.
Yeah,
Just
to
reading it
defer
over.
to the next council meeting. All right, next is,
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
yes, Ms.
So
Mitchell?
deferring it to the next meeting means what? We just gonna vote on it there again? What? Is there something else that is supposed to happen? What?
Ask Ms. Key.
I'm sorry?
I'm not the solicitor.
Oh, you act like it sometimes.
So why did you want to defer it, Ms. Key?
Yeah.
I'm just
I
trying.
asked to defer it to the next meeting, listening to the attorney not hearing responses from Mr. Holbert, I want to refer it so that we can ask more questions or listen to the responses. The motion passed.
So it's passed. I was just asking you why. I was just trying to get clarification.
Oh,
I don't have
I'm
a
sorry.
problem that it passed, Ms. Kay.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were speaking specifically to me because you didn't address me, so I didn't know. So are you asking why did I make the motion?
Yeah, but you answered it.
Okay, thank you.
You answered it.
Okay. All right, next, the next one. Okay.
So at the next meeting,
Yeah,
yeah,
November 20th.
okay, we won't talk about it. I'll still say no contract. You don't have no contract. You don't have no contract. You don't have a contract that you have physically signed on. I have a problem there.
I need to do more research on this.
Maybe your attorney can help address that, help us more with that. A contract, you know.
Mr.
A
Daniels.
contract, 35 years I worked, retired from him. A contract, a supplemental contract for those additional stuff that I did where I worked all over. Contract, Bill Gates, contract. No contract.
Mayor,
There's no agreement.
can I change my vote?
Yes, you can.
No contract.
Wait.
I'm going home.
Let's take a recess for a minute.
What are we taking a recess for?
I asked for one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you ask for one.
Now you hear it now. I'm going out the door if we don't conclude this. No contract. No to the public.
Well, can we,
To the
I want to
residents.
change my vote so that we
No
can go through
contract.
this.
No contract. We don't have a contract.
Well, could you just
We
be
have an
still so I
Hey,
can
agreement.
change?
give me a recess real quick.
We have an agreement.
Village of- You ready, Keitha? Village of Lincoln Heights Council meeting is now back in session. Today's date is November the 13th. Roll call, Ms. Randolph.
Get out of here.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
Present.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Present.
Councilman Durance Daniels.
Present.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Present.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell.
Present.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson. Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumphrey.
Present.
Okay, it is 11:05 p.m., and we have 7 who are present. We do have a quorum.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Hassan, you can speak.
So the rule reads, a member has the right to change his or her vote up to the time the next item of business is commenced. After such time, no member of the village council shall be permitted to change his or her vote as recorded without permission of the village council. Permission may be given by general consent if no member objects when the chair inquires. So as we had not moved to the next item of business, Ms. Baber can change her vote.
Can you read that last part again, please?
Permission may be given by general consent if no member objects when the chair inquires.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Do I need to read it over again?
Yes, sir.
Well, hold on, let's finish one thing at a time, and then we will get to the next item. So, Ms. Baber, you want to change your vote and on the motion to defer?
Yes.
And what do you want to change your vote to?
No.
And Clerk, Ms. Baber had previously voted yes?
Correct.
Okay, so if Ms. Baber changes her vote to no, it is now 3 ayes and 4 nays.
Correct.
No,
Not at the moment.
no.
All right, so the motion to defer has not passed. And had we done a first reading on the, I'm sorry, had we read the 23R45? Where were we with that? I think the motion to defer came in before there was any action,
That is
right?
correct.
All right, so let's pick up with Resolution 2023-R45, final resolution of removal.
Okay.
Still have a, all right, so,
Oh,
yeah, I still have a
sorry.
question, 'cause I think, yeah, so, I just want to be clear as day, because it seems like we're not going to have a little bit more time, which is, it is what it is. Mr. Hobart, I know you said it previously, but in regards to the cell phone and the staff member, just to be totally clear, totally transparent, you did not confiscate, or you do not have any village cell phone, correct, that you took from any staff member?
I do not.
Okay.
I can't hear.
He said he doesn't.
I do not.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
gosh, this is
It's a mess. It's a hot
He
mess.
brought his back too?
Let's move on.
Okay.
What's that? I
The-
missed something.
I do read it, right? Village of Lincoln Heights, Hamilton County, Ohio, Resolution Number 2023-R-45, final resolution to remove the village manager from office.
Read it in its entirety, please.
Okay, I'm going to read it in its entirety. Whereas the Council of the Village of Lincoln Heights passed Resolution Number 2023-R-44, resolution of intent to remove the village manager from office on October 23, 2023, pursuant to Section 3.05 of the Village Charter, and whereas the law director for the Village of Lincoln Heights delivered a copy of the aforementioned resolution to the manager on October 30th, 2023, and whereas the village manager, Harry L. Holbert Jr., filed a written request for a public hearing with the clerk of council on October 30th, 2023, and whereas the village manager, Harry L. Holbert Jr., filed a written reply to resolution number 2023-R-44, resolution of intent to remove the village manager from office on November 8, 2023, and whereas the Council of the Village of Lincoln Heights held a public hearing on November 13, 2023 at its regular meeting of event date, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Village of Lincoln Heights, Hamilton County, Ohio, that Section 1, Council hereby removes Harry L. Holbert Jr. as the village manager pursuant to Section 3.05 of the Village Charter, effective immediately.
Question?
I have a motion to correct even to event. making a motion to, what's the word? Yeah, to amend, whereas the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where you have even, change it to event.
Even date. Yeah, go ahead. Go
Is
ahead.
it necessary?
No, it's not, and actually what that means is that, council on the same date, November 13th, had a public
Even
hearing.
is okay. She
Yeah.
said event. That's
Yeah.
why I said, okay.
I apologize
good.
if I said event,
Take the motion
even
back.
date.
Question,
Yes, ma'am.
does it require 5 members of council to pass, or is this a 4-member of council can pass this legislation?
4.
So 5 can appoint, but 4 can remove?
Section 3.05 of the Charter, subsection 4, the council may adopt a final resolution of removal which may be made effective immediately by a vote of a majority of its members.
So 5 can appoint and 4 can remove.
So we don't have to suspend, we don't have to do emergency clauses, so the only thing left is the, a motion for passage.
Question, point of clarification. Why don't we have to suspend? Is it because she read it in its entirety?
No, because it says council may adopt a final resolution of removal which may be made effective immediately by a vote of a majority of its members.
So she's waiting on the vote.
Certainly is.
Motion to adopt.
Second. Or so move, whatever.
Moved and,
Wait,
wait a minute.
Did you make the motion, Mayor?
Mayor made the motion.
I second. Yes.
Roll call, Ms. Randolph.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber,
Yes.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter,
Yes.
Councilman Durance Daniels,
Just for clarification, we are voting specifically on right now no, I'm just making sure we're fully on passage right now, correct? Am I allowed to kind of just skip Deepak, or do I have to go right in my order? Out of curiosity. I know that's never, do I have to go right? I don't want to say abstain, but can I just skip my order a little bit, or do I have to answer mine right now?
Change it before the end.
No, that's right, I can't change it. At the moment, abstain at the moment.
Councilwoman Tanya Key,
No.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson, Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumfree.
Yes.
We have 4 aye votes, 2 nay, 1 abstention. The motion does pass.
Next one is, this one right here. Motion in order for resolution R46, resolution authorizing the manager to execute an agreement with the Hamilton County Commissioners and the Hamilton County Sheriff to provide police services for Lincoln Heights. I think we were doing a first reading only on it. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so move.
Wait,
Okay.
So move.
Second,
What are we moving?
the first reading, the reader.
Are we moving for title only, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Okay, for title only.
Read by title only. The mayor made the motion, I think, and I second, or did I so move it?
I
Whatever.
thought you so moved it.
It's late. I so
Sorry.
moved it, so.
I believe
The read
so.
by, read resolution number 2023-R-46 by title only.
Yes,
Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Randolph.
okay.
I second, she got me.
It was moved by Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter and second by Mayor Kinsey Mumfree. Councilwoman Phyllis Baver, your vote.
Yes.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Yes.
Councilman Durant Daniels.
All right, we're just reading by title only, so yes. Yes, read by title only.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Yes.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson. Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumfree.
Yes.
We have 7 aye votes. That motion does pass. Village of Lincoln Heights, Hamilton County, Ohio, Resolution Number 2023-R-46, resolution authorizing the manager to execute an agreement with the Hamilton County Commissioners and the Hamilton County Sheriff to provide police services for Lincoln Heights.
Thank you. All right, we're going to drop down to miscellaneous business. We had a motion to reconsider.
We should make that motion again.
Make the motion again? Oh, okay, all right. Go back. The motion that was previously regarding the liquor license.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question on that one, just because if we're already on that, that's okay.
So are we on,
We need somebody to make a motion to reconsider.
I'm like, so moved that we reconsider I don't have the resolution, the resolution for me, Deepak, I'm
Give
sorry.
it to the person who did it.
It's about
Take it
the
back off the
notice
liquor.
from the Division of Liquor Control.
Yeah, just a review for the Division of Liquor Control, there we go. Make a motion that we bring back the vote for Division of Liquor Control in regards to, I guess that would be technically Lamar's still, Lamar's on 9568 Wayne Avenue.
Right, so let me just go back through the history as I have it, and clerk, correct me if I'm wrong. There was a motion made to not request the hearing. 4 council members abstained. No council member voted against it, but only 3 voted in favor. So the motion did not pass. A motion to reconsider at miscellaneous business was made that was voted on, but you can't defer something as part of a motion to reconsider. So what we're doing now is we're making a motion to reconsider
That's your motion.
the motion to not request the hearing.
Can I just say so moved? All right. Can I make a motion to reconsider the motion to not review,
To not request.
to
a
not
hearing-
request
A hearing.
a hearing?
Second.
Thank you.
Ms. Baver, okay.
I'm
I'm confused.
Yeah, now it's question times, right?
They want to get it over with.
But we got to vote on it.
We got to vote on
Yeah.
the motion.
So I just want to be real. Voting on the motion.
That's,
Yeah.
no, go ahead.
Okay, now I just want to be real clear on the pros and cons real quick. So if they go above a board, they go to get everything reviewed, whether it's here in Hamilton County or in Columbus, they're pretty much just asking for that transfer. They have to get a review of that, correct? I know we haven't done this in like 3 years with a business on Van Buren. I'm just trying to make sure I remember the process. That's why I abstain.
So we get these yearly.
Yeah.
On these liquor permits, and it's a notice to legislative authority from the Division of Liquor Control. They also send it to the police department. They may send it elsewhere as well, I'm not sure. But the purpose of it is they're giving the local legislative body the opportunity to raise any issues they have with the liquor permit holder, the transfer of the liquor permit. So, for example, if they're renewing a liquor permit for an establishment where there's constant violence or drug dealing, the legislative authority and the police would have the ability to request a hearing so they could voice their concerns. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you. So I had a question. So, the rejections that were coming from the Roseline, was it the Roseline Community Council? does it say what those were for?
No, my understanding is that the attorney, Mr. Linneman, that was here, provided that, didn't he not, clerk?
Yes, he provided the information.
But it doesn't say
He didn't say
why. So I mean, I'm just, so,
He
it just
represent,
seemed like he representing the individual who says that there's a tax issue.
yes, that's what he
But
said.
the community council is not involved in the tax issue. So I'm just trying to, my question would be, have there been any improprieties? Have there been any problems with the law, that type of thing?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
that was part of the reasons why I asked to have it reconsidered, because we don't have enough information, even from hearing from both. We really didn't have questions to ask, so I would like to be able to see it, a hearing be held here at the county, which is what my motion will be, so that we can have time to look up information about the organization that's looking to do the transfer of the liquor license and who has, it sounds like, already purchased and already is working with our tax department. So I just want more information. I want more questions answered. The information that we have before us doesn't answer my questions.
Only thing is, there is something for, I guess we gotta let them know something. It has on here no later than November 24th.
Which is why I'll be making a motion after we had our discussion.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Desai, do you have a feeling either way with this particular thing?
I do not have any familiarity with this permit holder.
I mean, no.
I mean, but, you know, just bear in mind, it's a way for the community through its legislative body, if there are known issues, to express them. And we've done that before. We've done that with the Peppermint Lounge, and we did
Our
it with
corner.
Our Corner.
That's one I remember was our corner.
So, you know, but that's the purpose of it, is just to give us,
To
to
bring
give you,
clarity.
the legislative body, an
Yeah.
opportunity, if you know, hey, we got a problem with that establishment, you can voice that.
So, go ahead.
Yes, Ms.
You have a
Mitchell?
question, Ms. Baker?
I'm
I've
sorry,
already-
I haven't had time.
All I wanted to say is that basically these license was Lamar's license, and they're just wanting, they just want to use the license that's already there. And we don't have anything in Lincoln Heights. We pay all this tax money, and we don't even have a place that we can go sit and have a drink. And these people have brought this to us. So can we please just vote that they just transfer Lamar's license to their establishment so that they can go ahead and open up? Bottom line.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just questioning because I really want to make a motion to open the floor so that they can answer the question. Because they can give us information. We can have a hearing if you want to, but I'm just wanting to ask the information of them. You know, we've got this information in front of us, and I really don't want to wait till we have to have a hearing, especially if they say, no, they're not going to come to our jurisdiction and we got to go to Columbus. I have information in front of us that's incomplete. So that motion, in order to suspend the rules so that we may hear them.
I don't have any
Wait a
problem.
minute. Is that,
Yes.
State your name, please.
Julian Robinson. Now, what happened in Roseline is, they tried to put Roseline is another city of its own, Cincinnati. So what they saying is Roseline was, after we lost our license in 2019, they were saying they didn't want us to come back over there in Roseline, which they were saying the prostitution, the drug dealings is because it's Cincinnati. So when they said they didn't want us to have it there, I was trying to get licensed again. But I said, well, if I get the license, I can reopen it, rename it, do something else with it. But it was still on the table because they was going to let me have them. But my nephew was fighting against me to get them. He didn't want me to reopen it, and I was going to reopen it over back in Roseline. But he was fighting against me. So I couldn't get no leeway because he was pushing me like he didn't want me to open it. So he didn't want to do it, but I did. So by him not wanting to do it, and me wanting to do it, he think everything's supposed to go his way. So he was like, well, I don't want to do it no more. I'm going to go do something else. Okay, that don't mean I don't want to do it, though. So we sold the property. When we sold the property over there in Roseline, I didn't have no choice but to try to do something else. Because I'm retired, I was gonna retire and run the business over there in Roseline. So now I'm being retired. He's stopping me from progressing. So now, all I said was, when we sold the building, I said, look, I'll take my endeavors somewhere else, where I grew up at. Bring it out here, do some live bands, do some jazz, do something a little different out here. Put the security, and I was gonna ask you all if I can get detail out in front just to change it up. I got security, I got what I'm supposed to have in place. We had a grand opening last weekend. All the license supposed to do is, I bought the property with the license. That license, that Julian's Lounge license don't even exist over there. I bought the property with the license. I need the license to operate. That don't have nothing to do with what happened over in Roseline. And this guy want to come down here and talk and say, oh, me and him we beefing about what we beefing up. That's a different thing we're talking about going to court for between me and him with them taxes. That don't have nothing to do with Lincoln Heights. He just don't want me to open nowhere. The period.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So wouldn't you want clarity brought to this whole thing? So if we agree to have this go before them and it's all cleared, then government in the village in Lincoln Heights will be cleared too. We'll be okay. So if we vote on something to let this go forth, then you would be okay, because then you're going to be cleared, I'm almost sure.
Right, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
That's what I would want. You are different, but if you agree to that, then you have come over to my side.
I'm on your side. I just want to just, like I said.
It's not going to take that long, is it? Will it take long? To have the hearing or whatever they call it. Would it take long to do that? And then we would come back with a yes or no answer? What's the process there?
Yeah, so really it's the Division of Liquor Control that makes the decision on whether to transfer the permit. They're just looking for input from legislative bodies, from police departments, and then they process the application to transfer. And the input that is provided by, for example, council or a police department will be taken into consideration in determining whether they're going to transfer it. As a practical matter, we have done this a couple of times, or at least I remember one specific time because I had to drive up to Columbus for it. And I believe we've done it twice, because I think we did it with our corner as well. When you request the hearing, as a practical matter, what you're stating to the Division of Liquor Control is, we have an objection to you transferring the permit, renewing the permit, whatever it is that they're asking to do. So the liquor, we don't really get to come back and say yes or no. All we get to do is say, we would like to request a hearing, either there or here, and then they will say, all right, here's your hearing date. What do you have to say? Meaning
You don't have
as
anything to
council
say?
or the police department.
Everything. And some of that I should know. Deep Pop, I had liquor license. A long
Well, apparently
time
you never
ago.
had any trouble with
It's
it.
been a long time ago. No, I didn't have any trouble.
So
So right now, you
Child
don't sell
growth.
liquor because you don't have a license.
Well, I'm operating on
Temporary.
Ms. Lamar's license right
Okay.
now. I'm already open.
I think it ended up going,
So if we vote yes, they can just go on with the license, or will they still have to do the whatever?
No, all we're voting on is whether to request a hearing or not request a hearing.
So we vote no, we don't want a hearing, then what happens?
Then they won't hold a hearing based on what we want. There will be no hearing based on our action.
Okay, so what do we have to do for them to go on and be open?
Okay, so let me just back up.
No.
When this came up under item 9 of the agenda, I believe it was item 9. I forget at this point, but whenever it came up in the agenda,
Item 8.
was it item 8? there was a motion to not request a hearing. That motion failed. We had 3 aye votes, 0 nay votes, and 4 abstentions. We now currently have, and clerk, please correct me if I'm wrong, we currently have a motion to reconsider the vote on that motion, correct?
Yes.
And I believe
It was
Ms.
moved by Councilman Daniels and second by Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
Okay. And so now we need to vote on the motion to reconsider. And we will then, after that, once again, vote on the motion to not request a hearing. Okay? So if we are done with debate, we should have a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider.
Question. So if the motion to not reconsider fails, does that automatically mean that we go to hold a hearing or no? Or
No.
do we have to make another motion?
I think what you meant to say, if the motion to not request a hearing fails, is that what you meant to say?
Correct.
Okay. So if that motion to not request a hearing fails, we leave the clerk in limbo because she has to check, I want a hearing or I do not want a hearing.
But we can come back with a second motion saying we want a hearing.
You could, if that fails, then we could have a motion to request a hearing. Okay, so we're ready for a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider.
Okay, motion,
Is there a second?
motion,
So we've got a motion to reconsider pending to allow us to revisit the vote on the motion to not request the hearing. Okay, so can we have a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider?
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber. Yes. Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Yes.
Councilman Durant Daniels.
Yes.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Yes.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson. No. Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumphrey.
Yes.
We have 6 aye votes, 1 nay. The motion does pass.
And now we need to have a vote on the motion to not request a hearing. Motion. No, we're already doing that. We don't need a new motion. All right, so because the motion to reconsider is passed, we are now reconsidering the vote on the motion to not request a hearing. So we are going to vote again on that motion. Motion to not request a hearing. We need a roll call. We don't need another motion.
I think
We just need a roll call.
I'm sorry, I thought we had to have somebody.
That's
move.
all we need is a
Okay.
roll call.
Councilwoman Phyllis Baber.
Yes.
Councilwoman Linda Childs Jeter.
Yes.
Councilman Durant
Hey, oh my
Daniels.
God. I do not want a hearing.
Correct.
Yes or no?
yes.
Yeah, if you do not want a hearing, then vote
Yes,
yes.
then yes. Lord Jesus. Lord
Council,
Jesus.
Councilwoman Tanya Key.
Yes.
Councilwoman Laverne Mitchell.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Jeannie Stinson. Mayor Ruby Kinsey Mumphrey.
Yes.
There's-
7 people in agreement. God is good.
Wait,
What
let me
is the
finish.
count?
Let me finish. There's 7 aye votes. The motion does pass not to request a hearing. 7 aye votes.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion for adjournment? Motion!
It's been
No,
moved
second.
in second.
Hold on.
All in favor?
Wait,
Good.
wait.
No.
All in favor of the motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Don't
Yes.
nobody
I thought we didn't
vote
need it. I thought we didn't need that
All
anymore.
in favor?
Oh.
Good night.